Karen and Ferris Bueller. We have a stupid question that is about O'Hare International Airport, which is in Chicago. It's a John Hughes film, and the first caller in is someone named Shauna.
No way.
You remember that little singing moment from Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah.
Shauna, are you there?
Hi.
Hi,
Yay.
Shauna. Okay, this is perfect. This all ties in together.
Hang on a second. I'm ready for you.
Do you have it? I'm sorry.
What just happened?
What was the little fart thing at the beginning there?
What just happened?
It's a good question.
That was great.
Listen.
Why? I don't.
What is going on?
Hang on. This is the Shauna part coming up here.
Why is there a fart?
I don't know. Shauna, this is a big setup for you to answer this trivia question. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What is the 3-letter code for O'Hare International Airport?
Those letters are O-R-D.
O-R-D, yes.
All right, so wait a second. If I may jump in here quickly.
Hang on a second, Shauna.
That same fart effect worked its way into the corn song, and we never knew how it got there. Is this like some sort of viral thing in the computer system?
It's a ghost in the machine.
Yes, it's got to
That's
be.
exactly
Big
right.
Marissa's doing it.
I put it in the
Did
corn
you?
thing. Yeah.
All right. By the way, Preston, Alan Ruck is the reason I have my garage door.
And why is that?
He came on the show.
Oh, yeah,
Remember
that's
they'd
right. He
done
was
that Ferris.
promoting.
Yes.
Yeah, he had a commercial, right?
And I was like, oh, I want that. And yes, it's the garage door I currently have.
Well, Shauna just got herself a $50 Dave & Buster's gift card. Summer is better in the great indoors, at Dave & Buster's, where you can play the new games like Wicked Tuna, Dodgeball, and Top Gun Maverick Virtual Reality. Plus, you can enjoy 7 new chef-crafted menu items like Spicy Taco Burger, Spiked Black Cherry Limeade as well. You can visit one of their 2 Philadelphia locations. All right, I got a few stories to dive into. We'll begin with this, man. This is another Ezra Miller story. Now, this is just a kind of a recap of something that happened in 2020. So Ezra Miller, on Thursday, Variety published an article on Ezra, which includes an interview with a woman that Miller allegedly choked and pushed to the ground in 2020. There was a video of the incident that went viral in April of that same year. According to the woman who wished to remain anonymous, she and Miller were talking at a pub in Iceland when she joked and said, "But just so you know, I could take you in a fight." So she was just joking around.
Yeah.
And Miller said, "You really want to fight?" Later, the woman, "I want to fight you."
You want a piece of me?
Later, the woman said that her friend antagonized the situation by telling Miller that he heard that the actor didn't want to fight. So
I want to fight you.
Miller,
I want to fight you.
Miller, my friend didn't
I
have.
don't want to talk to you.
I do my talking with my fists.
My friend didn't have to say that, she told the outlet. It was just a joke, obviously, but Miller took it literally, got super mad, and came running outside.
I just came back from the Speed Force.
The woman continued saying, I think it's just fun and games, but then it wasn't.
He's getting serious.
All of a sudden, they're on top of me, choking me, still screaming in my face if I want to fight. My friend who's filming sees they're obviously not joking. It's actually serious. So he stops filming and pushes them off of me. They're still trying to fight me. 2 guy friends of mine are actually holding Miller back as Miller's screaming, "This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted." So
I want to fight you.
unhinged.
You want a piece of me?
But that was
I
from...
will go back to that wall with the 3 of you.
All right.
I will vibrate my body so fast that I will go right through that wall.
So this happened in 2020. So that's just some clarity on what happened in that incident.
He has not come forward with any sort of response to any of this. Anybody who's in his sphere, whether that be a lawyer or some representation, has come forward. It's in a downward spiral. Yes. It's out of
You're a
control.
yellow snake.
You crumb bum.
Yella. Not even yellow. Yella.
You're a
Yellow snake.
lush crumb bum. That's one of my favorite videos. Remains.
They don't have the courage to stand up to him. Not even
But
close.
you don't have the courage.
Yeah. All right. So actress Claire Foy was under significant risk from an alleged stalker, a court has heard. So, yeah.
I want to fight you.
No, that's not a stalker.
Now he's over there. Ms. Foy, who starred in the Netflix's The Crown, was allegedly targeted by Jason Penrose in November and December. Penrose appeared outside of Ms. Foy's home and sent her over 1,000 emails in a month. Hearing
Get away from me.
a hearing to decide
defecated in your garage window.
a hearing to decide about a stalking protection order, an SPO, was adjourned after Penrose arrived unrepresented. He contacted the actress's sister, agent, and publicist, Emma Jackson, while he also arrived at the star's house and constantly rang the doorbell.
At least he has a quality taste. The show is definitely, was a great show. She turned in a good performance.
The Met has applied for a full SPO, which blocks alleged stalkers from contacting or approaching alleged victims, while a criminal investigation into the behavior continues. So she had it was a bit of a scare for her.
That's got to suck when you have, and obviously entertainment history is full of stories where people have continued over years. You remember, we always talk about Letterman's stalker. That had to be like 6, 7 years, 8 years that this person would not stop until she eventually committed suicide.
It's an obsession.
Yeah.
I mean, like they can't get away from it. There's a baby on the way for Zawe Ashton and Tom Hiddleston. Ashton confirmed the news to Vogue as she attended the premiere of her upcoming period drama, Mr. Malcolm's List, in New York City on Wednesday night. The English actor's baby bump was visible as she walked the red carpet in a flowing tulle gown with beaded embellishments.
A great
You're going to
band.
have a hell of a story on that one.
She looked stunning in the custom Sabina Balenko dress, which had a Regency-esque empire waistline and ethereal capes extending down the off-the-shoulder sleeves.
Oh, man.
The velvet buzzsaw star wore her hair in a half-up, half-down style and accessorized with sparkling earrings and a black manicure.
She also was wearing one of those caps that hold beer cans in it, Preston, which really set the piece off nicely.
I know, and the big foam finger was a good addition to the ensemble. So this will be the first child for Ashton and Hiddleston, who got engaged in March. Ashton will reportedly join her fiancé in the Marvel Universe when she portrays an as-of-yet unnamed villain in next year's Captain Marvel sequel. So we'll see who that ends up being. She and Hiddleston tend to keep their lives under the radar, and they have not revealed the due date or any other details about the pregnancy, but they got some baby on the way.
That's pretty cool.
Good for them.
I like them both.
All right. I don't know Vanderpump Rules at all.
It is my life.
Well,
I'm obsessed.
Lala Kent
Have no idea.
claimed her ex-fiancé Randall Emmett tackled her and pushed her to the ground when she had confronted him about cheating. According to Kent, this happened after she tried to grab his phone from him. She said, he ran after me, tackled me, knocked me to the ground. I used every ounce of strength to get him off of me as he was trying to pry it from my hands.
Get away from me.
Wow, man, she's got a manly voice.
That was when I knew for sure that there was a lot he was hiding. So
Get away from me.
The people on this show make the Kardashians look like the Barrymores.
Literally, he is has a grip on the phone, not letting it go. So there's some info in there he did not want her to.
No, clearly.
Emmett's rep, sailing.
Maybe he didn't want her to learn the Wordle word.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It would ruin the gameplay for her. He was actually looking out for her, and it wasn't the name of some hooker in his text messages.
Okay, now I'm coming around.
Yeah.
Emmett's rep, Sally Hoffmeister, denied the allegations, said these allegations are false and part of a now familiar smear campaign orchestrated by Randall's ex-fiancée to sway their custody dispute.
You're a lush.
Lala Kent has lied. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Thank you, Casey.
Next call on that one.
Lala Kent has lied and has been manipulated.
Look at this woman. So
Others in her desperate attempt to win full custody of her daughter, keep her name in the press, and remain irrelevant in any reality television.
Okay.
So the woman looks la.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
She looks like her face has been painted on. And then the guy she's with, his chin stops at his waist.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, it's just
Steve, she's contoured.
that's
Is that
life, bro.
right, it's contouring. That's what you call that, right?
She's contoured.
All right.
Yeah.
Case, would you? Is that you would?
But that's life. That is exactly. All right.
That's what
This is
people
another
say.
topic for another time. But like all those girls that you couldn't get in high school, that wouldn't give you the time of day. You look at who they're married to today, and you're like, "This is who you picked." I couldn't get you to freaking look at me in high school, and this is who you married. Okay, All right. All right. But
No hard feelings.
Trust me, dude, I know.
You know.
I absolutely know.
This is who you choose to spend the rest of your life with.
You're that mad?
No.
Okay.
I just had a lot of coffee.
What's contouring? That's why I gave you that look, Kathy.
It's like adding dimension to your face by using different color makeups or foundation, like a lighter and a darker. You put lighter in some spots, darker in others.
To create shadows,
Shadows
to
and angles and
accentuate.
this kind of thing.
features.
The angles in the nose and the thing is just sticking out and the makeup and the mascara.
All right.
Oh, okay. Here's a perfect example of here.
Yeah.
It shows you the progression of.
We're looking at contouring.
See, I would stop at the second one. Would make me look like a Zulu warrior.
Okay. I liked Casey's freak out. That was fun. That was fun. All right, what else do we have here? Brian Austin Green and Sharna Burgess are celebrating the birth of their son.
That's a miraculous time for them.
The Beverly Hills 90210 star and his professional dancer girlfriend welcomed their first baby together, Zane Walker Green.
So she's
Walker.
Yeah, Walker told.
Baby Zane was born on Tuesday, June 28th at 12:12. And he shared a sweet black and white photo of
Walker told me I had AIDS.
He's talking already.
the newborn wrapped in a blanket and holding onto his index finger.
Does,
Wow,
he have a
that's
kid,
like a baby does that.
does he have a kid with Megan Fox?
He has several kids.
He does, okay.
Yeah, so I'll run down the laundry list in a
okay.
second. Burgess shared the same photo and caption on her Instagram, but the new mom added a caption saying, "My heart is now forever outside of my body."
She's a Dancing with the Stars alum, correct?
Don't know.
Yeah.
It just says professional dancer girlfriend, Sharna Burgess. Nick is looking that up right now.
Dancing with the Stars. Is that what you said, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know who she partnered with one year? Charlie Sheen.
Charlie, she freaking dancer.
Wow. I don't remember him being on there. Wow.
That was great.
No. You know what? I read that wrong.
Oh my God.
Who is it?
Charlie White.
Where the hell did you
I don't know. I don't know.
Who is that?
I was on a silver surfboard.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
That is who she chose.
She didn't choose him.
Andy Dick, Charlie White,
Charlie White.
Shut up, Kathy.
Nick Carter, Antonio Brown. So she's been on this show for a long time.
Okay. Green is dad to Journey River, Bodie Ransom, and
Squelching Queef.
Noah Shannon with Megan Fox. So they had 3 kids?
Yeah.
Wow.
And by all outward appearances, they were good. They're good parents to the kids. Seems to be.
As well as 20-year-old Cassius, who he had with Vanessa Marcil.
Yes, the
remember
first
that.
one. Remember that was we love that show, Las Vegas, right?
Yes.
Earlier this month, the actor told people that his kids are super excited to welcome a new addition to the family. He said they check on Sharna every day. This was a little while back. And they rub her belly and talk to the baby. They're counting down the days.
So they treat this baby as if it was a newly born human.
Yeah, it's crazy. And how many does he have with Megan Fox?
3, I
1,
guess.
2, 3.
Yeah.
That's her doctor.
I see them all right there.
You gotta push.
1, 2,
push.
3.
Push.
He's your doula.
Yeah.
Frank Rizzo is your doula.
Oh, God.
Kegels?
Yeah.
1,
Oompa.
2, 3.
All right.
Cut the cord. You blush.
Let me see here. A couple other things to mention. How about this one? According to E! News, Shanna Mokler addressed her ex-husband Travis Barker's hospitalization on Thursday, saying, "Thank you to everyone who has reached out with concern to my ex and father of my children. I know he is in great hands and surrounded by loving support and the best medical teams available, and his beautiful wife, Courtney." She said...
Oh, it seems like they get along.
Yeah, Mokler added that she's hoping for a speedy recovery and for the comfort of my children, as I know they are very concerned and worried.
I know the slut he's with now will take good care of him.
It would be great if she added that.
Everyone, including the slut he's with now, who I know will take wonderful care of him.
Let's see here. On Wednesday, Shailene Woodley posted to Instagram to share that she's feeling nurtured following her split from Aaron Rodgers.
That's good. Thanks for the update.
And she wrote, "To the month of June, putting macro whack world events aside for a minute, on a micro level, you nurtured this woman's head and heart. You gave me oxygen in the form of friends, babies, trees, magic, dancing, animals, salt, sun, deep conversations.
What the hell are you talking about?
Seriously.
6-packs from laughing, availability in the form of tears, play, sunrises, hallway tag, goofiness, spontaneity, pita bread, so much pita.
There must be a gas leak in the house.
Hellos and goodbyes. I think she's summing up her month.
I'm interested in hallway tag.
I am too.
When my brothers and I played upstairs hallway football when we were kids, and it was usually us versus the dog, or the dog, like maybe the dog. It was one brother.
Yeah.
It was really fun. It was after dinner every night, but I don't think hallway football is related to hallway tag.
I think hallway football would be more fun than hallway tag. It's a straight line.
Man, we put some holes in the wall.
Oh my God! And we did turn all the lights out, hide and go seek.
Oh yeah.
And the best hiding spot was you would have to shimmy up the walls.
Yes.
And you could hang.
I remember doing that.
Right up near the ceiling. High ceilings, man.
I could never do that. My brothers could do it. I could never do it.
I used to be able to do that. That was fun.
Yeah.
You know what?
That was
You could
Parents
probably do
hated
that
it,
in
but
here.
what's that?
You could probably do that in this hallway.
Yeah.
I bet you.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty.
No, it's pretty wide.
It's pretty wide. It needs to be narrower.
Go
yeah,
do it,
it's-
Kathy. Let's see.
I could never do it. You do it, Casey. Go ahead.
All right, I'll try.
We had a.
But you got to take stuff off the walls in order.
Yes,
to do
there's
that.
a whole bunch of
No, he says no.
prices.
No, don't worry
all
about
right,
it. He's got it, guys.
Okay.
Keep the door open.
Yeah. Somebody hold the door open if you would, please.
Nick
Thank
will
you.
be our.
Well, hang on a second. I
Wider
can
than
do
you
this.
thought?
Marissa wants to wait 60 seconds so we can get this on Zoom.
All right. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. I have a couple other
You
things
can do that hall.
that I can mention.
You know what? Let me just kind of eye it up a little bit.
So if you're talking about the arms and legs on each wall, I don't know. Have you ever done the other version, which is where you're two hands and
Prone.
right?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
That's
wait.
I was just no way I'd
Yeah.
have the strength to do that.
Two hands on the one wall and then your feet on the other wall?
yes. Yeah.
That's harder than
That's
than
harder.
Then
your
your back and your
Yep.
butt up against using your legs because that's you have to use your different muscles and that would be they're smaller muscles. So
You have to use your taint a lot more.
Oh wait, you used your back and your butt
Yeah.
and then your
Yes.
legs? Oh,
Yeah,
see, I
shimmy
was
up that
thinking
way.
like a star.
No,
Okay.
that's,
Like
okay.
hand,
that's
hand,
the
foot,
other
foot.
way. Yeah, I've done that.
Okay, that was what I could never do.
Okay.
There's a I was gonna go a completely different style than you guys.
Oh, well, I want to see this
Do it.
style.
What do you
then.
got?
That's
yeah,
it.
this
It's an
one
innovation.
is crazy. This one is
It's Canadian rules.
it's Canadian rules, but also if you really want to surprise attack whoever's beneath you, this is definitely the way to go.
So did you ever see the movie Dr. No, the James Bond movie? He does the hands out forward,
Right.
the prone position, and gets up over the doorway so that when the guy comes through, he falls right onto him.
Right. This
And
also
movies
might be,
don't lie.
This might be a really, really great way to assure that I don't make it to my 47th birthday. So
All right.
I think we're ready.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
Are we doing this on? What are we on? What social media is this on?
YouTube,
right?
right?
We're on a chat.
We're
roulette.
this is on YouTube.
Was it on YouTube? On the streaming? Okay. Tune in now for this special moment. Casey Boy shimmering up the walls. No, Marissa's using, looks like Instagram or something like that.
it's not? Oh.
Yeah, it's not on our YouTube channel. Or maybe, I don't
He's
know.
out there, Preston. He's got his two hands on. He's going prone.
Yeah, he's doing the prone thing. Okay.
All right. He's
Now
going.
that's the way, his legs aren't long enough to do the back
Case.
thing. All right, I want to see this.
Case,
There's no
can you do
way.
this?
There's no
Yes.
way. Okay, now
Yes, that's what
Yeah. Do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. I can't. Come on.
Okay. All I heard was, I can't.
Come on.
You can't do it.
Do it.
By the way, there are going to be footprints on the walls
Come on.
when we're done with this.
Fine.
Yes. He figures if he tries it
Dude.
the other way.
What?
Tell him to take his shoes off.
Kathy says take your shorts off.
No, I feel like if your feet are a little
No, I
sweaty.
think they'll
No?
slip. I
Okay.
think he had more
He's doing
grip.
it. He's doing it. He's all the way up to the ceiling, Preston.
No, he's not.
Graceful.
Putting his shoes back.
I am. Well, they're not sneakers. They're more like
All right, wait.
loafers.
Do it the way Kathy is showing you. Like she's being. Do that, okay? Yes. Yeah. That's the way.
All right, so Casey's doing the star version. All right, he's now 1 foot up
All
off
right,
of the
keep
ground.
going. Keep going.
He is suspended in the air. He did
It was unbelievable. It was amazing.
6 inches above the ground.
It's a new world record.
Casey, what did the studio look like from up there?
You know what? Guys, just call me Spider-Man.
You know what? I'm
Don't
gonna
even
see.
call me. Don't call me Casey. I'm not tall enough. I'm freaking 5'7".
I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if
All
my legs are long enough. I will not be able to do this.
Yes,
All right,
you will.
come
You're
on,
so
Preston.
strong.
Come on, you can do it.
Come on.
There's Preston. He looks confident. He's walking down the hall. Marissa's following him.
Here we go.
All right, Preston has his
do
back.
it.
He's
Yeah.
doing it.
Wow.
Preston,
Yeah.
Go up.
Oh,
He's going.
Preston's so
He's
much
doing
better
it.
at this than you,
He's
Casey.
Taller.
Unbelievable. Preston hit the ceiling.
Wait.
Almost knocked himself out.
Wow,
Try
that's
the
crazy.
starfish way.
No, I can't.
Preston, what did it look like from up there?
That was fun.
Same.
That was great.
Same as just walking in.
Oh, my God.
Like he's stretching now.
I need to.
Did it get hurt? Did
my
it get
biceps
hurt?
or my triceps are going to cramp.
We need Kasha from Hand and Stone. Get over here, please.
All right.
Kasha from Hand and Stone.
Yeah, she's my favorite.
She's my favorite.
I've
go.
had too much coffee this morning, guys.
All right, well, that was
Amazing physical display.
Wow,
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, give me a couple months to get my triceps in shape. I didn't realize I needed to use those to push against the wall. I thought it was going to be all legs. My legs hardly worked at all, but I can do that.
All right, so we need to work
Yeah.
up.
I got
to
to
it.
exercise. I got to work up.
Well,
to that.
last night we saw the Screw Off Challenge at an event we were at, the Deck Builders Bash, and I thought
Yeah.
that was the greatest physical feat I've ever seen. But what I just witnessed here was amazing.
Till this morning.
I just need we need
An
to
entire
shrink,
new body.
We need to shrink the yes,
Yes.
or shrink the hallways, whatever
Yes.
is easiest.
Whatever's easier.
Let me see here. All right,
We're still in a.
This is
we're still in entertainment news.
Oh, yeah.
We just forgot the
How
entertainment.
did we get to that?
We were talking.
Hallway tag. and
Hallway
then
tag.
Oh,
upstairs
Shailene
hallway-
Woodley.
Yeah, yeah.
Shailene Woodley.
Who apparently was high when she had this.
She had a great month, and she was writing about it. All right, last thing. You guys are going to love this. On Tuesday, Peacock announced the return of Caillou.
Caillou.
Yes.
You guys hate Caillou.
I know everybody hates Caillou.
I feel like we were all ready to be like, what?
I know.
And then nothing happens.
I threw you for a loop.
I've never, ever, ever wished harm upon a child before in my life, but he is a cartoon, so it's okay.
The animated series, often derided for its obnoxious main character, ended its run on PBS Kids in 2021. But you can't keep Caillou down. The new series is a CGI reboot of the original 1997 animated series of the same name.
Probably more punchable now.
According to the streamer, features authentic and relatable slice-of-life stories told from the point of view of its imaginative 4-year-old main character who learns life lessons and discovers new things with his friends and family.
You know what the problem really was, Steve? Is whoever
voice.
voiced Caillou was
Grating.
horrible.
Just
Horrible.
whiny. Very,
Whiny, yeah.
very,
Yeah.
very
but it
whiny.
wasn't.
You're not the only people I've ever heard say that.
But that was the point of it. I think
That he was a little
it
prick.
wasn't just his voice.
No,
yeah,
he
like,
wasn't. He wasn't a prick.
He was kind of a
a child that didn't understand a lot of things
Right.
and would get
He
upset
wasn't a-
over it.
He
It was-
wasn't a prick.
He would get upset. I defend Caillou a little bit. Yes, it was annoying and the voice
So
was annoying,
annoying.
but the lessons being taught there were very pure.
I think his parents enabled him, though. I mean, like, they were part of the problem.
They were a.
They were luscious.
He was a prick.
They were lousy luscious.
They were, oh my
Crumb
gosh.
bums.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right.
It was
You're
like
a crumb creep. You are a lush. I can tell by looking at you.
Look
I was
at
a
your
cop
kid.
all my life, and I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Wow.
But the kids loved him. Like,
Really?
I mean, Jace loved it, and I'm like, I would hear it in the background. I'm like, I can't take much more of this.
So it's also like Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Those books were really, really, really popular. And
They
then when
still are.
when the movie came out, I was like, this kid is like not nice. Like he's really mean to his buddy, and I'm like, how can he be the guy that everybody likes and the protagonist? I guess I don't know.
Well, anyhow, Caillou is expected to debut on Peacock in 2023. So there you go. And I know you hate that, so that's why I brought it up. All right, we have some movies that are opening this weekend to tell you about.
So exciting.
Minions: The Rise of Grunge opens this weekend.
Gru.
It says grunge on
I
here.
know.
Oh, it had to. That effing thing. I hit it 5 times.
I was about to say, that's interesting that they're going with the Seattle sound as a focus with a Minions film. It's comedy adventure, stars Steve Carell, Taraji P. Henson, and Michelle Yeoh. The plot is in the heart of the 1970s, amid a flurry of feathered hair and flared jeans. Gru is growing up in the suburbs. A fanboy of a supervillain supergroup known as the Vicious Six, Gru hatches a plan to become evil enough to join them. Luckily, he gets some mayhem, making backup for his loyal followers, the Minions. Together, Kevin, Stuart, Bob, and Otto, a new Minion sporting braces and a desperate need to please, deploy their skills as they and Gru build their first lair, experiment with their first weapons, and pull off their first missions. Hour and 27 minutes long. Rated PG, wide theater release. Unseen hacker orders him to steal digital funds online or have his daughter abducted. As a fearless bomb expert arrives on the scene, the hacker frames Fryer as the bomber. The tensions mount as Fryer races to clear his name and expose the real terrorist without getting himself blown to smithereens. Hour 44 minutes long. It's rated R, in theater streaming today. No score on Rotten Tomatoes so far. And then finally, The Forgiven also opens. It's a drama, stars Ray Fiennes, Jessica Chastain, and Matt Smith. Speeding through a Moroccan desert to attend an old friend's lavish weekend party, wealthy Londoners David and Joe Henninger are involved in a tragic accident with a local teenage boy. Arriving late at the Grand Villa with the debauched party raging, the couple attempts to cover up the incident with the collusion of the local police. But when the boy's father arrives seeking justice, the stage is set for a tension-filled culture clash in which David and Joe must come to terms with their fateful act and its shattering consequences. It's an hour 57 minutes long, rated R. Theater release today, 71% at Rotten Tomatoes.
Actually, you just had a milestone in your opening movie weekend segment. It was actually no reviews. The hot seat, 0%.
Oh, really?
It
I
was
thought there were no
reviews.
reviews.
Yeah,
0%?
0%.
Wow. Okay. And that was, what was that
Mel
movie
Gibson,
about?
that's where he said the guy is
the
on the
bomb
seat.
thing.
The bomb thing, 0%.
Wow.
All right.
I'm intrigued. Those are the ones that are like, maybe I'll watch that.
Right, let's see how it got 0%.
All right, we also have some clips to play for you this morning. Joey King plays a strong princess who fights to protect her family and kingdom in the film The Princess.
I want to fight you.
In this clip, she explains the different fighting styles between her character
I want to fight you.
and her character's mentor, Lynn. Here we go.
And I also love that, she's my mentor in the movie, but we do both have extremely different styles of fighting. And I love that because it just shows, the princess is inspired by Lynn, but she is her own person. And Lynn wants the princess to be her own person. And I just love their dynamic. It is beautiful.
I don't give a
The Princess can now be streamed on Hulu. Here's the next clip. Steve Carell has been a part of the Despicable Me franchise since the first movie came out in 2010. And in this clip, he explains that him and his wife and his kids' thoughts on the films throughout time, including the latest film, Minions: The Rise of Gru, or Grunge. Here we go.
I love these. My kids love them. I started these when they were really little, and now they're not little at all, and they still love them. So, yeah, I think it puts a lot of silliness and joy out there.
Could you shut up?
Minions: The Rise of Gru can now be seen in theaters. I remember when Despicable Me came out, and Pixar was dominating everything.
Yeah.
Everything that wasn't Pixar was just kind of like, eh. This one, I was like, okay,
I loved it.
that's a great movie. Yep.
And it has a ton of heart, too.
Yep. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report.
Well done.
This morning, friends. Thank you very
Plus,
much. Appreciate it.
American Ninja Warrior. We got to say,
Oh, yeah.
you guys are amazing.
I scaled the walls.
Yeah.
Hey, so did I.
Here's what we're going to do. Marissa has got an appearance coming up. It is an event that you want to be a part of, and it has to do with Clear Rum. They are launching a rum revolution in Philadelphia. Marissa and the MM Army are kicking off the celebration tonight. And you can cool down with red, white, and blue cocktails featuring Clear, which is spelled K-L-Y-R, clean American rum from 6 to 8 p.m. at Uptown Beer Garden, their ice bar. The American Rum Revolution continues through July 4th. You can get details at WMMR.com. I have a $50 gift card for Craft Concepts Restaurant Group, which includes Tradesman's, Brew, Sueno, Uptown Beer Garden, and Tinsel. So you can go to any of those restaurants and use this $50 gift card. So we'll take caller number 10, and we will give that to you at 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. It's Friday. No sad bro. We'll be back in just a moment. Kravitz and Channing Tatum met. She called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Maybe, but I mean, if anybody could pull him off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know.
Vagina.
What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No.
Okay.
Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work, would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, I know. We
She goes,
know why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Oh, how dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
yeah,
right. And then maybe
All
chicks will dig it more.
Let's use.
How about a hand hobby, please?
Let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the meat.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about,
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah.
Man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was, I believe.
Well, not a
right?
candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
I'm
a fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
Tell me more.
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh my God.
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my God.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either. Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or on ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called. More's.
That's a mores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's
Marcellus.
fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt, and
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think so. The common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I don't
you do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You could do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I said, ew, no, yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while. At least 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. There's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. Mm-hmm. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday.
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Procedure done so they don't have to hold their bladder.
Come on, for Christ's sake. You're going to F with your body because you can't?
Because you can't sit in traffic. Well, and
I
you know
don't
what,
want to
though?
go into that place there, and the people look filthy inside.
Well, listen, you guys know I go out that way every year, and there's only one road in.
And what is that road? It is Sunrise Highway.
Well, Sunrise Highway, but I mean, once you're there, like you get to the Hamptons and you're like, whew, and then add another hour because you have to travel through the Hamptons based on where
Sag Harbor, that whole area gets Preston. it just, because it's a peninsula, Long Island. Everything is, you got one option, that's it.
It's one road, but what I was going to say, Preston, was that there are stretches of road where there's nowhere to go to the bathroom.
That's what it says here. Yes, there are a few places to stop during the multi-hour trip that it can be. So to combat Hampton's bladder, they call it.
Hampton's bladder. I can't.
Come on.
New Yorkers who summer in the exclusive Long Island enclave are seeking a pair of specialized medical procedures: prostate artery embolization.
Are you kidding
which
me?
reduces the size of the prostate in men, and the bladder Botox, which decreases urinary frequency for women.
Why don't they just pee into one of their Fabergé eggs?
Dr. David Shusterman, a New York City urologist, said a lot of people have problems with this issue. They come out to the Hamptons and they have to stop 4 or 5 times on the way but can't find a restroom.
All right.
And he's been advertising the procedures with the tagline, "Race to the Hamptons, not to the bathroom."
Oh, my God.
What about that? There was a device that we all got a complimentary version of it where you can pee in your car.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they don't even want to do that.
They don't even want to do. They want to surgically amend their bodies.
I wonder if this is. Remember when Pauly Shore was here? He was telling us that he had something done. I wonder if it was.
But he had
something like this.
That was a getting up during the night. Yeah.
Shusterman said that he's seen a 20% spike in patients seeking the PAE procedures this spring. He said, I don't see them until around May. Then all of a sudden, May comes and they care more. When they're in a car with a bunch of people, they're embarrassed because they have to go to the bathroom every hour. So he said that he's been performing roughly 10 PAE procedures a week for the past few months, along with the bladder Botox once or twice a week. Shusterman said patients have told him about clashes in the car with friends when they needed to get off the road and find a restroom to no avail. He said thousands of people are probably fighting about this every week.
Why don't they just have to have a colostomy bag attached?
Oh, God.
You don't have to poop anymore.
Right? You don't have to worry at all.
Traffic is so bad getting out there. There are several different companies that will helicopter people out there. There's also seaplanes that go out that way just because traffic is so bad and there's so much money. I guess people can pay to take these planes out there.
So basically all of the news people and a lot of the entertainment people that the media elites will travel on out to the Hamptons and Sag Harbor. Sag Harbor is very popular as well. And a lot of them will do exactly what you said, Kathy. They'll get a helicopter.
And when I go out there, I mean, there is you have to go at the right time. I mean, I will get up like around the time when we get up for work and drive out there just so we don't have to sit in it.
So, Preston, years ago when we were over at Y100, so I would go back home on the weekends. So go back up to Long Island. Going up on a Friday afternoon to New York would take about 2.5 hours. Returning on Sunday evening, when everyone was coming back from the Hamptons, would take about 4.5 hours.
Wow. Okay, so Susterman said about half of men between age 50 and 60 have an enlarged prostate, which causes more frequent and urgent trips to the bathroom. The hour-long PAE procedure performed with an interventional radiologist stops blood from getting to the prostate, shrinking its size.
That's like a prostate stomach staple.
But I think this is for people that medically need it. It's not necessarily because they're going to the Hamptons.
That's not what he's saying.
No, they're getting this done for this reason. I mean, they might, eventually need something like this, but they're kind of they're putting the rush on it to go.
There's no way I would do that.
They're targeting
people. Going to get out.
I
and
did it
pee
the old-fashioned way.
woods.
I got prostate cancer.
The recovery is typically quick and relatively painless. Shusterman said with patients going home the same day.
Man.
He said there's a low risk of sexual side effects or urinary incontinence.
Any risk.
While the procedure can be covered by Medicare and insurance, Shusterman said that some patients without coverage will just shell out about $20,000 out of pocket to get it done.
Well, that's where the money comes from.
Meanwhile, women fighting frequent urges on the road are turning to Shusterman for bladder Botox, which is exactly what it sounds like. He said he sedates patients in a manner similar to an endoscopy, then inserts a small scope through the urethra and uses a special needle to inject the drug.
Sounds good, Kath?
No, are you kidding me?
And the effects last for 6 months. He said, so you're covered for the whole summer.
Why not just sit in a semi-inflated child's wading pool in the back seat and piss to your heart's content?
And he said that he has injected women of all ages from their 20s through their 80s.
Can you imagine getting an elective procedure like that simply because of a piss issue on the way to the Hamptons?
The procedure is normally covered by insurance, but can cost a few $1,000s if paid out.
What do they do for poop?
They don't. I don't think that's as much of an issue.
So,
but maybe they could stop the poop too.
We've talked about this many times. If that's an issue. Now, obviously, as you said, they're traveling with a lot of people in the vehicle, and that might be the thing. When you're traveling alone, a wide mouth Gatorade bottle gets it done, no problem.
Yep. It has to be the wide mouth. Absolutely. Otherwise, you're making a mess all over the car. I haven't done that in a long time, but I have.
You want to try it right now?
No, I don't want to try it right now. I don't have to try it.
Hey, he just successfully climbed up to the ceiling. Give him a break.
Marissa wants to get video of it.
Just give us 60 seconds.
All right.
We got to fulfill our social media requirements.
So I had never heard of that elective procedure that you can get done.
That is
some
insane.
people are getting it done because sitting in traffic is too much for them.
Do you know who would rail against this? Dr. Mike. To do something like this.
What, you want to die?
Is it worth dying over?
Yeah, that's what he would say. Most elective procedures, he asks you if you want to die over that.
But I wonder
and he's right.
But I wonder if those two procedures for a man or a woman are like if it's something that they do if there is a medical issue.
I'm sure.
Okay.
No, that's absolutely.
No, they didn't make this up for just this occasion.
No, I know, but I mean, is that like a standard thing, and it's just people are now getting it for maybe the wrong reason?
Probably.
Yeah.
The procedure that Paulie Shore described is one of those mitigating procedures. I went from getting up a number of times. Now, obviously, as I said before, I had the prostate cancer. I had the prostate removed. I went from getting up a number of times during the night to, once or twice, if that.
Mm-hmm.
So it does make a difference.
All right, so let's see what else I got in here. I got some good things. in the junk drawer. All right, I found this one. Kathy, we were talking about when you and Marissa had to stay in Chicago O'Hare because of flight issues. This would be pretty sweet. Passengers on a recent overbooked Delta flight from Michigan to Minnesota who were able and willing to take a later flight hit the compensation jackpot. They were offered a whopping, listen to this, $10,000 in cash.
Whoa, what?
To give up their seats.
How many were offered?
8.
Why?
$80,000?
I would, not a problem.
No.
You take my seat.
Totally.
Go right ahead.
You get a room for the night. Whatever's going on.
Do you want my luggage?
Yeah, keep that.
Delta's got $80,000 in cash just sitting around to offer up for these people?
So
you could get your bladder Botox.
Inc. magazine tech columnist Jason Ayton was on the flight and wrote about it earlier this week, saying that the flight's crew was looking for 8 people to give up their seats on the 1-hour flight from Grand Rapids. Another person on the flight, Todd McCrum,
crumb bum.
Yeah, Todd McCrum, confirmed
take us out back and give you $10,000.
And confirmed it on social media.
You're a real crumb bum.
I wonder if they knew, though, how much they were getting if they gave it up.
Here's how it played out. So he told Fortune magazine that $5,000 was offered at first.
Yeah.
While passengers were still at the gate and there were no takers. Dude, $5,000, I would have jumped all over that. So nobody was taking. So everybody must have had commitments.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they had to up it.
So so that's what happened after boarding began. They upped it to $7,500, and then finally $10,000 by the time most passengers were on board.
So suppose you're one of the people who took up the offer at 5.
At 5, do you then get the 7 or the 10?
From what it sounds like, no one did. They all. Right?
No, they all waited.
They all waited.
But they didn't. They weren't waiting for them to up it. They just eventually they were going to hit a number where that was too good to pass up. So some people took the $10,000 offer immediately, but McCrum said that it took a second announcement of the $10,000 offer and 20 minutes to get enough people to take it. Like they weren't budging.
For an hour-long flight.
You know what, too, though? I feel
It was
like
a short flight too. Yes.
I feel like with the airlines, a lot of times, like, I don't trust them. Like, really, you're going to give me 10? Like, I would have been like,
me the money.
Give me the cash.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that's why there was cash. They were like handing it to the people. I would say, I'm not getting off here until you hand me the 10 grand.
Well, what they need to do, Preston, is at the top of the what do they call it? The airway to get down to the plane.
The jetway. Yeah.
The jetway. They should have one of those money booths that you can get in
and grab as much as you want.
Money's flying all over.
You know what I mean? Like, because if they were like, well, it's 10 grand, but you can only fly in September.
Right. Their
and,
blackout dates and all that.
What? Get out of here.
You can't black out cash.
Right. So it's this straight up is cash. This is not $10,000 credit.
It's not crypto.
No, it's
But
money.
I bet you that's why it was cash. I bet you they had such a hard time. People were not getting off. If somebody handed me 10 grand, I'd be like, go right ahead.
So examine the numbers here. It was worth potentially giving out 80 grand so that they could have this flight work there. So how much are they making in general on that flight?
I don't know.
Well, so we had I talked about it 2 weeks ago about what the airlines actually make
Right.
And it's not that
per
much, right?
passenger, and it's not that much. So the fact that
Clearly
they
they
just
were
had
still-
80,
Still making out by
something,
giving
man.
80 grand
Yeah.
out.
You know, the only other, and it's not this kind of money. It's not $10,000 per person, but the only other industry I see this sort of stuff happening. Do you guys know, like nurses, a lot of times will
To work a shift?
to work a shift. They'll throw it out like, okay, on top of like your pay, we're gonna give you like $100 extra an hour, and then if people don't respond to that, they're like, okay, $200.
It's almost like a state fair auction. You know,
Yeah.
what am I bid? That's crazy.
Any other industries that do that?
I don't know. I mean, my mom was a nurse for years, Casey, and I know that there were times where she got paid, well over what her normal rate was but I think that was like because it was a holiday, a weekend,
Like a
or
time and a half
Or,
double
it was
time.
or if it was a shift that wasn't her shift, if they needed to find
something. Yeah, yeah.
There used to be state laws, and maybe there were federal laws too, but if you worked on a holiday, you automatically got time and a half, and some holidays you would automatically get double time.
Yeah.
So this happened when I worked at McDonald's. It was my job in high school, and if you chose to work on any federal holiday, you would automatically, there was not even any question, but it was incentive enough for people to come in and work on holidays.
So Delta, by the way, who offered up all this money, increased its maximum compensation for passengers on overbooked flights from $1,350 to nearly $10,000 in 2017. However, Fortune reports that it is rare for $10,000 to actually be offered, especially for such a short flight, and in cash instead of a gift card or travel voucher.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, bring out the cash bin. We're paying out some passengers.
I wish I knew the rules to all of this, though. When a flight is canceled, I had a story in news, I think it was last week, that they were saying, because there were so many cancellations and delays and all of that, and the person, the expert, was suggesting not to accept what they were offering, you know, whether it was
to wait
because you could get way more out of being inconvenienced like that than what they would offer you right there at the airport.
And then what happens with taxes, too? Like, what kind of taxes do you have to pay on that $10,000? And do you have to pay taxes on if it's a
$10,000 under 10 and under can be a gift, so they probably don't have to pay taxes on it. Anything over, they would have to.
Is it 10 and under, or is it 5?
No, it's 10 and under is at least it was. I don't know if that's changed.
That's interesting, but in this particular scenario case, I don't know how they would rank that as as a transaction of sorts. I'm not sure. Hang on. Speaking of nurses, Kylie wants to comment on something. Kylie, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kylie?
Not much. Coming in from work, actually. So I'm a nurse, and I was listening, and yeah, you guys are right. Like, they offer us a boatload of money to pick up shifts. Like, especially if you do agency, you get like $2 extra grand a week.
Wow.
Because that's an industry where you can't shut it down. You can't not have a staff show up. I mean, absolutely 100% is imperative that somebody is there. So I can see that they would offer that up, you know?
And plus staff nurses, if they're short, like, you get offered a lot to say even like an extra hour overtime or 2 or 3. It really depends. And, you know, with everything, no one's coming in. It's kind of, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Kylie,
it's just an essential. They'll come up with the loot because they need it. They need you guys.
Kylie, is the approach like Delta did, where they offered a little bit of money and then there were no takers, and then they up it, and then still no takers, and then they up it even more until finally somebody says, yeah, I'll do it?
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. So a lot of these nurse apps that I have, like, you'll see a shift and it's an extra, you know, maybe $500, or if no one picks it up. But it goes in small intervals, like maybe an extra $50, like so you get $550 on top of whatever your base rate is. But they keep increasing it until, you know, they get someone.
So you're basically playing a waiting game. Now, I assume they start with things like free pills and stuff like that.
But you guys know the deal, so you're like, okay, I'm not biting at 500.
What have I made? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy though. Well, good, man. If you're working extra and you can make some extra loot, that's terrific. I didn't realize they gave that much.
Yeah, certain places do. Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, Kylie, go get some sleep.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you later. Bye. By the way, Nick pulled this up. The first tax-free giving method is the annual gift tax exclusion. In 2021, the limit was $15,000 per recipient, and it has risen to $16,000 in 2022. Woo-hoo! So I don't know what the requirements are as far as it to be considered a gift, but nonetheless.
Listen, the best way would be for people to gift us with $16,000 and see how it plays out.
I have another story here that's kind of tied in. Well, I have to find it. I'm sorry. I have to reach into this.
Come on.
Drawer,
Sell it.
This actual drawer that I keep here. Let me dig in here.
Okay.
We have it fully mic'd so you can hear all that.
We need a second rummaging sound effect of some type.
What are you talking about? This is not a sound effect. This is you actually going through a drawer.
I found this story, and it has to do with airlines as well. So, and I know we've all been here before. An American Airlines passenger got tired of being on hold and just drove to Denver Airport to rebook his seat.
Oh, my God.
Brian Driver is his name, needed to rebook his flight, so he called the customer service line. He was told several times the lines were busy, and after spending, listen to this, nearly 4 hours on hold, he just said, I'm just driving. It was a 45-minute drive to the airport.
Yeah.
He could have saved himself 3 hours by going there in the first place.
I mean, it's been bad for a lot of different people lately, but when I had the issues back in April when I was trying to fly to California, I was on hold with American for an hour while in the airport talking to an American agent at the same time.
Wow.
And listen, they're stretched thin too. Like, it's not one particular person's fault, but as the customer, it's incredibly frustrating when you're going through it.
Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us, but not that important.
You know what I found, and it has nothing to do with the airlines, because I haven't experienced this yet, but more and more now, when I need to reach out to customer service, I found the quickest and easiest way is to do the online chat.
Okay.
Yes.
I
love it.
get so much better response.
It's not bad.
There's somebody there waiting to do it. And I remember the first time doing it, I'm like, man, I'm not a very fast typist. You lose some communication when you're not doing, speaking voice to voice. And I have found that is my preferred method now. It is so much easier.
What I hate,
and you get almost immediate reaction.
Is it when it's a robot that's answering you? When it's a program that's answering you, you can tell immediately when when you get
But
someone.
then they often will shift you to a person. Like
Right,
if you go through those prompts and you're saying you're
Yes.
not answering my question, then that's when you get connected to an agent.
And they'll do it quickly. Whenever I have computer issues, with Apple support, I always
very
get
good.
the text.
Very good.
It's great. It is so much easier.
No, I agree.
You don't have to be on hold. There's very little wait time. It's pretty awesome. But
I'll turn you over to a human, though they are fallible.
but I like this guy's approach. He's just like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Let me just drive over there, and I can actually at least talk to somebody.
Does it say where he was going?
I don't know where he was flying to, but
If it was 4 hours he's waiting, he might have been able to just drive to where he was going.
right, yeah, he could maybe. Maybe he was going to Arizona or something like that. He could
I'm
have
here.
driven there.
Yeah, forget that ticket switch. I'm here.
But after a 45-minute drive to the airport, to Denver Airport, he was able to change his flight.
I have been on hold for like 5 minutes and have forgotten that I was on hold. Has that ever happened to you where you're just kind of like sitting there and you zone out and then they come back and they're like, and you're like, wait, who did I call?
I had them on my Bluetooth in my car, and I tried to change the station. I was like, what am I listening to? And I was like, oh, yeah.
It was always something like,
Yes.
Yep.
and then they'll come up. Do you prefer to know where you are in the pecking order, or? That's right, exactly right.
Thank you for holding. Your call is important to us. And when we get back from lunch in 2 hours, we're going to get right on the blower and address your issues.
Wait, you know what's happened to me is when they put you on hold and then you realize they've closed. And so you can still, there are some companies that still keep you on hold and they will never get to you.
I had that happen. I forget what company it was. It was I said, let me try it on Saturday. They took the call, put me into the system as if they were open.
And they were never,
And they were obviously closed. The one I can't stand now is they make you wait and then they say, we will call you back at this number. I'm like, no.
Oh, see, I don't mind that.
I don't mind that either.
But now you're tied. Now you've got to wait for their call.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm calling now because I'm available now.
But I'd also, rather than sit there in this position with it up to my ear or on the speaker while I'm trying to do something else, I'd rather get that call back, which a lot of times is fairly quickly, I have found anyway, at least the ones that I've worked with. But Steve, going back to your question that wasn't answered, which is sometimes they'll pop it and say, and you are fourth in the queue. You know, do I like to know that? Yeah, I think so. I'd rather hear that than it just to be a complete mystery.
What about if it's your jerk mate?
Well, I've never heard of jerkmate.
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
Have you guys ever used social media to file a complaint towards a company?
I have not. I know you have.
I have.
And it's worked, right?
It's effective.
Yeah.
What was the quickest reaction that you had?
It's almost immediate.
Okay.
And the reason is that they have... it's an interesting thing because you don't want to be like a whiner and a complainer online, right? But it's effective.
Jerkmate, may I help you?
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
There are people who work on that social media team for whatever entity that is, and their job is to respond to customers. And so it's a way, if you're on hold for an hour and a half or you're not getting the progress that you feel like you deserve as a paying customer, it's a way to at least get that company's attention.
God, do you appreciate good customer service though? When you
oh my God, yeah.
It will. And as a heads up to just companies in general, if you have that rocking, you'll have my business for life.
I was in a place yesterday and I almost said out loud, because there were people working there and I'm standing there holding a product. I just want to pay for it. That's it. And I almost said out loud, have you guys ever heard of customer service?
Oh, man.
I mean, it's like no acknowledgement that I'm a living, breathing entity at all.
I'm worth something.
Yes.
I'm a human being. Suddenly you're John Merrick.
Yeah.
I'm a human being.
I'm like, I'm just, that's all I want.
I just want to get a jerk meat.
Yo, ever heard of jerk meat?
Even if you can't help me right now, just an acknowledgement that I am indeed visible, that I have worth.
Worth as a human. Please.
I don't get it. I get the fact that maybe your job is mundane and you do this all day long, but just please let me know that I'm a human being and I indeed am still alive.
Just want to buy this auto suck.
Let's feel like, did I die? Am I dead?
Am I dead?
Is this it? I don't exist
Maybe
anymore?
I'm dead. Maybe they can't see me.
I had to call customer service for AT&T a couple of weeks ago, and I calculated over 2 weeks, I spent 8 hours on the phone with them.
What?
No.
You were basically
8 hours.
a temporary employee.
8 hours.
Last night, because I wanted to call do stuff with
Yeah,
AT&T,
that's what-
and you
yes.
were like, "Yeah, call them." I'm not calling them now.
But Casey,
I
I
don't
was
have 8 hours.
It wasn't on hold. I was on with people. They were trying to.
You were the reason somebody else was on hold for 8 hours.
I was trying to get. They were trying to fix a problem for me, so someone was on with me. But Casey,
okay.
take my advice. I told you what to do. You do that, and you're gonna get what you want.
Listen, here, I'm going to go to Barb this call, and we got to take a break because these could be the worst. Hi, Barb. Good morning.
Good morning. I worked for a hospital named after one of our first presidents in Center City, and I worked for yeah, it's so little that. And I worked for a private breathing. I worked for a pulmonologist in East Norriton,
All right.
and I would just spend hours and hours on hold trying to do reviews for the patients for insurances and then getting authorizations for when they were discharged. And you would spend the hours on hold, and then to make it even better, the calls would be outsourced.
Okay, and this is insurance companies?
This is oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
This is insurance companies.
The
and
worst.
The obscene gestures I did at the phone.
Yeah. And yet you have to conduct yourself professionally. Yeah.
And then it's like on top of it, you have to give specific codes, like a diagnosis code, and then another code that supports your request. And they had no clue because they could not understand the Philadelphia accent or enunciation, and trying to understand them with no disrespect to them, but it was torture. I would ask for somebody to go to physical rehab. They would send me for drug and alcohol rehab.
Right.
See, well, you make a point, and listen, it's not.
Thank you, Barb.
There are different dialects. It's just the way of the world. It's just part of the thing. I get it. You know, don't want to be intolerant and so on and so forth. But sometimes I've called tech support, and I've had to say to the person, I've tried to be as nice as I can, I simply can't understand what you're saying.
I've had that too, along with my own hearing
Right,
issues.
yeah.
If you add a very thick accent that I'm not used to hearing, I'm like, I
don't know. And
I'm not sure. You said in Ireland, I was talking to people. I'm like, I don't know what you're saying.
Can you turn on subtitles, please?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying.
Your words are hurting me.
But places like insurance companies, oh man, it's just it goes around and round, and they transfer you from one to the other, and that person can't help you, but these people can, and it's nuts. So anyhow, I thought I like this guy's idea. I'm just getting in the car and driving there. And talk to a human being. So that's what he ended up doing. All right, that's it. The junk drawer. We got to go bye because we got stuff to get to. We do have the Bizarre File coming up. We're also going to talk to a friend of ours about a very cool charity event that is going on this weekend. Or actually, I'm sorry, it's next weekend.
Next Saturday,
and Froggy's going to be here. And we've got stuff to give away. Marissa's got this big kickoff party at Uptown Beer Garden tonight. It is with Clear Rum, and we'll do some giveaways in conjunction with that in a bit, but stop by Uptown Beer Garden Ice Bar tonight from 6 to 8 to join Marissa and the MM Army. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Enjoy your long July.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates in
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I'm not I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. And 3.
3.
1,
and
2, 3.
1.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I like watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the driveway yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dog.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Ooh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is...
All right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like
Billy.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie, the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of. There's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew you.
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is a listen, they're right neck and neck. But I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you? What's
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm black.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like that. Did you catch that story?
Who was he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery. I've often fantasized.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this
Absolutely.
stuff.
Absolutely extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relax more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me more tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went? Or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible to say?
Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, you know, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Yeah, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Now, something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord.
We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was
Yeah,
the
I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you take a dump right here?
I
Yeah.
just did, though.
All right, so did you really?
Drop the deuce?
No, he farted. Our Friday theme to get you in weekend mode, my friend. And we're going to do the B file, and we're going to have a guest on real quick
That's
about
right.
something going on next week. I think you'll appreciate it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. You can get to Rita's and grab a 5-layer gelati back for a limited time only. The Rita's 5-layer gelati is more ice, more custard, and more yum. I told you guys off air that there is a medical condition that this particular person has in this story that I cannot wait to share with you. A nightmare turned into a reality for an Ohio man who was alarmed to hear weird noises coming from his genitals.
What?
All right, so wait till you hear the name of this condition. The unidentified 72-year-old who heard a hissing noise has been diagnosed as the first person in the world with whistling scrotum.
Whistling scrotum.
The first person in the world.
Yes, he's been diagnosed with
I know. He sold more records than the Beatles, didn't he?
with a whistling scrotum, according to the alarming new study published in the American Journal of Case Reports.
Whistling scrotum.
The man, out of breath with a swollen face, was rushed to his local emergency room complaining about his bizarre condition.
Is the Andy Griffith show on?
An x-ray of the man's chest revealed that he had excessive amounts of air floating within his body, causing his lungs to collapse.
Oh my.
If left untreated, this could have permanently damaged his heart and lungs function, potentially leading to death.
You gotta admit, his scrotum is staying on key.
Yeah.
Later, the primary source of the man's strange whistling was discovered to be an open wound on the left side of his scrotum. The injury left
Thank
over.
you for remembering.
The injury left over from testicle surgery to reduce swelling 5 months earlier allowed some trapped air to escape.
This is a home run. Was there audio recorded of this?
No, there's not.
I hope there might have been, but
his shortness of breath, not that I know of anyway, his shortness of breath and swollen face were also due to complications. 2 plastic tubes were inserted into his chest to drain the excess air. Now, Dr. Brant Bickford and colleagues wrote that he was transferred to another hospital for further treatment. His condition deteriorated further with the amount of air trapped between his lungs and chest wall increasing, which compelled doctors to add a new chest tube. Thankfully, the man's lungs had recovered after 3 days in the hospital. The study noted after recovery, the man was released from the hospital in good condition. He did, however, have air trapped in his scrotum, a condition that is called pneumoscrotum.
Pneumoscrotum.
And abdomen as well for an additional 2 years, which was described as an abnormally long time. While doctors cannot determine the cause, they noted in the report that they were eventually forced to remove both of his testicles before resolving the problem.
So, but he was the first to ever have this.
Whistling scrotum.
Unbelievable.
The study went on to explain that the pneumoscrotum was likely caused by penetrating injuries resulting in trapped air. Yeah.
And didn't they say, as I was reading the story, someone in his family was the first to have yodeling butthole? Which is another sort of weird condition.
And it's rare for both family members to end up with these extremely rare
genetically,
conditions.
there must be something.
Maybe.
That you have yodeling butthole and whistle. There we go.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All right. So the pneumoscrotum is a rare condition in which air becomes trapped in the scrotum.
Let that be the new Avenger, by the way.
In medical literature, only 60 cases have been described. Since the air can't escape through the body's orifices, this air usually requires medical intervention.
It's astonishing.
Whistling scrotum.
Well, you delivered on your promise.
Thank you. Authorities are investigating a suspicious incident that took place Monday just north of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Deputies were called after receiving a report of a suspicious drone and SUV. So listen to this. A woman told deputies she and 5 children were fishing in the area when a drone flew up to them, hovered above them, and then flew back to the northern part of the property. A short time later, it returned and dropped a bag of candy near the kids.
That's just chilling.
The sheriff's office says the group saw a black SUV parked in the northern
Where
part
are you kids from?
of the property, and the SUV quickly left after the drone's second flight, and the witness said that it was a Chevrolet or GMC full-size SUV.
Wow.
The sheriff's office said that it had identified and interviewed the person of interest. Additionally, the department said that it believes the person engaged in an ill-conceived effort to get footage for social media and wasn't trying to engage in criminal activity.
Well, that's the first thing you think.
Oh, totally.
Giving candy to kids?
Yep.
That stuff creeps me out, man. There's something about drones. You get really cool footage from them, but I'm always leery of them flying overhead.
I have a couple of them, and I would freak out if one started flying over my house.
So I live near a golf course, and sometimes there are people, there's plenty of space to fly them around there, and sometimes they'll come zipping over the house, and I'm like,
a little weird.
What's going on here, man? All right.
They heard you had whistling scrotum.
And why wouldn't you want to check that out, right? But listen, just stop by. It's okay. I'll share.
I'll whistle with you.
In England, a very sinister man dressed head to toe in a gimp suit has returned to terrorize sleepy Somerset villages. Yatton and Claversham have been plagued by the latex-clad pest since 2018, who appears late at night to stalk and terrify the locals.
Most disturbing thing I've ever seen.
Despite arresting...
He looks like the Gimp in Pulp Fiction.
2 people in connection with the case. Police are still yet to identify or stop the man known as Gimp Man.
Gimp Man.
And it now appears the shadowy figure has returned yet again to claim another victim. Kira Elston and her boyfriend were walking home and getting out of a taxi around 1 a.m. Sunday when, quote, Gimp Man emerged from the shadows and started walking towards them with his arms outstretched.
What would you rather see, Gimp Man or Pennywise?
Ooh, Gimp Man.
Man.
Probably.
I'd be less afraid of Gimp Man.
She said, by the time that we saw that he was very close and my boyfriend just told me to run, Kira said the encounter was the most terrifying experience in my life. I've got the image in my head of him walking towards me and staring. As he walked towards them, he stopped and stood with his legs shoulder-width apart, with his arms out like he was proud, she said, and like he wanted me to remember it. This has been the 16th time the mysterious pervert has been sighted in the area, yet authorities are still no closer to uncovering his true identity. A police search turned up nothing after Sunday's incident, and the suspect left no trace at the scene.
Besides Pulp Fiction in the first season of American Horror Story, there was a Gimp Man-like entity that lived in this haunted house, and it was a terrifying creature.
All right, that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we have a guest who is joining us via Zoom, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And there's an event coming up next weekend, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and we love having him on. Please welcome Mr. Marcus Allen to our show. Good morning, Marcus.
Hey, what's up, Preston? What's up, Steve?
Nice to see you once again, sir. We're happy to have you on. You do such great work in our community, and I know that the big day out is coming up next weekend, right?
Yeah, we're really excited about it. It's the first time we're able to bring this event back together after 2 years of being down because of the pandemic. And as you and Steve know, the families we serve, which are 95% live below the poverty line, have really struggled during the pandemic. I talked about last year on the show with you guys when I was doing the cross-country bike ride. I started talking then about what I thought was going to happen for our families because the pandemic at that point had extended for over a year.
Yeah.
And so now it's been 2 years, and I feel like we're experiencing this tsunami because first the damage happened, and now this big wave is coming and wiping everything out. When you think about gun violence, you think about the poverty that's stricken our families. When you think about education, when we have we're the only city in America that has more police officers or school officers in the school than we have guidance counselors.
Wow.
And so next Saturday, July 9th, we're doing the big day out, which is to celebrate kids, to celebrate their resilience, because these kids have gone through so much and they've made it in spite of. And so we're going to have families, we're going to have fitness, we're going to have sponsors, we're going to have board members, we're going to have all our stakeholders, we're going to have Steve Morrison.
I'm going to be there.
Our crew out.
Yeah.
Just talking about the great things that are happening with our families and our community.
Well, let me tell you, speak about your crew. Over the past couple of years when everything has been so clamped down because of COVID and all the other things that required you to do what you had to do remotely, you guys just did a phenomenal job. And the fact that you did got to do the cross-country bike thing, had to think outside of the box. And this is sort of a follow-through on that because there's a bike tour around the city. Explain what's going on there.
Yeah, so we're the bike ride last year kind of inspired this idea of health in our community, right? And a lot of people were sedentary, sitting at home, not really moving. And we said, we need to make sure that Philadelphians move and get out and be healthy. And so we are doing a whole fitness piece to our big day out. We're going to have fitness classes early morning. We're going to do a bike ride starting at Franklin Square Park, take that all the way over to Martin Luther King Drive and come back. So we're going to be doing yoga. We're going to be doing football. We're going to be doing all sorts of things to keep people moving and keep people inspired to stay healthy.
Yeah.
So Marcus, I had this really interesting conversation with a buddy of mine, Kevin. We were playing golf a couple of weeks ago, Preston. We were all together, and we were just, walking towards, our ball, and he had mentioned that, something about his little brother. And I know Kevin, and I was like, I didn't know he had a little brother. And as it turns out, he's part of the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, and so he's probably in his mid 40s now, and he started this, probably 15 years ago or something like that. And so I asked him, I said, I'm like, honestly speaking, I'm like, do you feel like you had any sort of positive impact on his, because this guy, his little brother, is now an adult, and he said without a doubt, 100%, having Kevin in his life,
it's great,
was had a major impact on his life's trajectory. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that doesn't that sounds very familiar. And what happens is, I guarantee Kevin will also tell you that his little had an impact on his life.
Absolutely.
Right. And so this mutual benefit that happens with our bigs and littles. But yes, we're, the research is evident that we have impact, that we're able to, our MAT support specialists, which is our case managers, support caring compassionate adults like Kevin as they work with their littles. And what you're seeing with Kevin and his little is oftentimes these are lifelong relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no value. It's hard to measure the value that you can put when you bring someone into your life who's going to be there with you through all of your failures. Because we know that we need to create better safety nets for our kids to fail safely. And Kevin is doing that for his little.
That's why it's so great. And it's such a transparent thing that you guys do. And as I said, when I contacted you a little while ago about, how important it was, just we're all massively impressed with what you pull off. But that time investment, again, I think we clarified it and keep hitting it. This isn't an adoption situation. This is just giving a little bit of time to a kid who just needs someone to reach out and say, you matter to me. I'm invested in you. Well, and like your friend Casey, who you're mentioning, that can mean everything. So, again, it's Franklin Square Park. It is next Saturday, and a whole bunch of stuff is going on. I'll be there, and I wanted to ask you this because it's coming up in just a couple of months. You're doing what Nick did. You're going to hike Kilimanjaro. You're going to climb Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, I got to get with Nick. Yeah, Nick, I've been training, man, like 2 hours a day, 6 days a week, because I am so scared about this hike to Kilimanjaro, man. I've never hiked before. So we're going to be hiking Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, Africa in December. I think it's a little bit over 19,000 feet high. And the altitude scares the hell out of me. It's 53 miles, I think, total hiking over a 7-day period. We're taking about 25 to 30 executive CEOs, and we're going to make it also a leadership and learning retreat as well, in addition to the physical piece of this. So, Nick, whatever advice you have for a brother, I am here for it, my friend.
Well, first of all, congratulations. It's an amazing thing. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life, but certainly one of the most rewarding. I also did it, Marcus, for charity. And so good for you guys for doing that all together. I'd love to talk to you about it because it was such a wonderful, amazing thing. And you're going to be just fine. You're going to make it to the top. Take your training seriously. But when I left the States to get to Tanzania, I felt mentally prepared because I was physically prepared. So as long as you take care of your body in advance, you'll be fine. You'll hear this over and over when you get to the mountain. They say pole pole, and that just means go slowly, go slowly. It's a long, slow climb to the top, but you're going to make it. And I want to talk to you more about it because that's a really cool thing that you're going to do.
And just be leery, Marcus, because one of the side effects can be whistling scrotum. So we don't.
I heard that. Yeah. And some with the butthole too. So
yodeling butthole. Yeah.
No, it's great. We'll touch
but
base.
I'll tell you, Nick.
Go ahead.
Say again, Steve.
No, I was just going to say we're going to touch base with you prior to Kilimanjaro as well as you do that, and Nick will get in touch with you about he'll be your second trainer for the whole thing.
He'll be your big brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a big brother, Nick. And here's the thing: the thing that's hard for me is I'm 6'7", 260 pounds, right? So trying to carry that up 19,000 feet, I think that's going to be
look at it this way: you've already got a little bit of the altitude taken care of, so you're there. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Marcus, we got to wrap it up. But listen, I want to remind everybody the big day out is next Saturday, 11 a.m. Franklin Square Park. Steve's going to be there. You know what time you're going to be there yet, Steve?
I'm probably going to be there in the 1 o'clock range.
Okay, cool. But we have the details at WMMR.com if you want to check that out. And Marcus, we'll get in touch before you do the Kilimanjaro. But it's great. You guys are doing amazing work as always. We hope you have a great weekend and good luck with everything next week, okay?
Thank you, fellas. Thank you all. Thank you, Kathy. You guys.
All right, everybody, Marcus Allen, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. All right, we need to take a break. We're going to do that very thing right now, and I'm going to give away a $50 gift card right now for the Craft Concepts Restaurant Group. It includes Tradesman, Brew, Ciuno, and Uptown Beer Garden and Tinsel. And Marissa's doing this appearance tonight, actually. She will be, along with the MM Army, there's so many different locations here. She is going to be at Uptown Beer Garden. Thank you. And it's with Clear, Clean American Rum, launching the Rum Revolution with Craft Concepts Pub and Beer Gardens all around the city. Kicks off tonight with Marissa. They're at JFK Boulevard. Is the location, and you can go to WMMR.com/events, get all the information.
Santa's got to go.
Right there. Santa's got to go.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. I think we're going to get to a contest when we return, so hang in there. That the microphone picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
Yeah.
at
making
work.
good
I
money.
think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
street?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids.
What about my wife? What about my wife?
Well, her too.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
Let's see if we can isolate that moment.
Kathy's got that covered too.
And relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the pink, 2 in the stink.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So doing this thing.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon. Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other?
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out, and there was so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm wearing
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
Yeah. Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the 3rd book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
You've got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in town,
cool,
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been to the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan.
It's real.
You're going to cry.
That
It's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is. Yeah.
All right. And by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to 2. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for 2 people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these 2 competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story, the most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenblum to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go.
All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies. And a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow, which character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, And what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky looking glasses.
Yes,
what are those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I had asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting like the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
Out of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. We have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question...
I would like to thank Kevin from Tradesman's for stopping by this morning and dropping off some amazing food. It's in conjunction with this party that's going on tonight. Marissa is going to be in attendance. It is at Uptown Beer Garden.
Cool.
And it's with Clear Rum, spelled K-Y-L-R. And they are kicking off their celebration this very evening. You can cool down with red, white, and blue cocktails. And it's a big party. So 6 to 8 p.m., with Clear American Rum tonight at Uptown Beer Garden. But the food brought today from Tradesman's, which is part of the Craft Concept Restaurant Group, and they've given us these gift cards to give away. But they brought in, standard breakfast food, wings and
cornbread
and ribs and all this. But I did have some. An excellent rib and some cornbread and potato salad, which is fantastic. So thank you, Kevin. He's a big fan.
Number one on your
show.
list of salads?
Yeah, it is.
It was.
It is.
Yeah,
I had a guy last night as we were standing there. Speaking of another barbecue joint, Justin's that hosted this Sequoia Outback Deck Builders Bash that we did last night. But a guy was standing there. He was pointing out, he's like, okay, does that count? Does macaroni count? We had a salad discussion at the buffet.
What's your favorite non-salad salad? It was the discussion we had.
It was a great conversation.
I thought it was great. I think we changed a lot of lives.
I think we did. All right, so
It's time to play a game and give some things away.
Love it.
This is a new twist on a game we like to call Bassack Words. And it's essentially me recording some phrases, sayings, movie lines, things like that.
You put a spin on it
But
this
I
time.
have put a spin on it this time. This time around, and I will record them phonetically saying things backwards, and then we see if you can figure out what it is. This time around, I decided we're going to do this completely different. I would normally play the clip of me saying the words phonetically in reverse, so it sounds like gibberish.
Right.
But what I decided this time around was to sing lyrics from a song. And I'm going to play it to you to where you will understand the words, okay?
Okay.
But it sounds so weird, you may not be able to get it.
All right.
So you have to identify the song.
So you guys have sort of you've put this through the R&D, and I purposefully wanted to kind of stay out of the loop to see how I do when I play it.
Yeah, we did grab a few people just to say,
okay,
how does this sound to you? So that's the R&D that we did.
All right.
And we got positive feedback.
Good.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Preston is really good at this, right? Like when we just do the speaking stuff. The singing, he completely knocked out of the park. I think it might be easier to sing
You know what he is?
the words because it's, you know what I mean?
So, so some of them are drawn out. Like there's a lot of, like lengthy vowel sounds that you can do, which makes it a little bit easier. Like I tried to do, one of these songs I tried to
couldn't
do,
do it.
just couldn't do it. And it was given away by Red Hot Chili
Oh my
Peppers.
God, that would seem
So it's like,
impossible.
what I got, you got to get and put it in you. If you hear that backwards, it's like, and I'm like, I can't do that. We tried.
We tried.
Listen, the fact that you take it out and at least hold it up and give it a shot, that means everything.
So we're going to try this out. We're going to see how this goes. We're going to get callers on the line, and you have to identify the song that I sing backwards. And then we reverse that. You'll get it once we start to play it. So,
do you have a sample to demonstrate, or do you have that capability?
Casey did one, but do we? We don't have a sample, do we?
No, we don't have a sample. No, the sample would be the first one that we play. But we are playing it as it sounds forward, right? We're not
Correct.
playing. Okay, all right.
It sounds like legitimate words.
Okay, all right.
That sound kind of weird because
that's how I have it set up.
Yep.
And I was like,
All right,
wait a second, are we doing it the other way?
Yeah, because when you say it's in reverse, it's confusing.
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, 215-263-WMMR. That's the number we're going to go to. Mike, he's going to be our guinea pig, our first one out. Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Whoa, that was super fast, T-Buzz. I just called in.
Excellent.
Fantastic. We don't want to keep you on hold for a long time. And by the way, we have a number of things that we are giving away. Casey, I know that we have cases of beer, Voodoo Ranger IPA. We've got Thor Love and Thunder movie screening passes, and we also have some of the $50 gift cards for the meet and eat that's going on today, and that is from Uptown Beer Garden and Clear Rum. So anyhow, let's try this out. Mike, you're our first person. Are you ready to try this?
I'm ready, Coach.
All right, hang on. I'm going to put you on hold, and this is the song. You have to identify the song. Okay, now bear with me. It's going to sound so weird. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, face. Take it easy, baby. Make it like all right.
Wow,
dude.
That's
Great.
good.
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
You're getting really good at this.
Mike.
Wow.
Do you know what song that is?
She was an American girl.
That is correct. And that's
nice job.
how you do that. Mike, here's what we have for you.
All right, Mike, we are going to hook you up with a pair of passes to an IMAX screening of Thor, Love, and Thunder. That's going to be on Wednesday, July 6th at 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia. And that film hits theaters everywhere on Friday, July 8th. And for another chance to win, you might want to click contest at WMMR.com.
Play it one more time.
Casey, can you play it backwards, though? The other way around?
Yeah, all I have to do is just reverse it. So do you want to hear it forward first?
Yeah,
Or
let's do it forward one more time, and
Okay.
I'll let you hear what it sounds like when I recorded it. So this is. Oh yeah. Oh, they make it easy, baby. Make it like all right.
And then this is what he sang.
All right, here we go. Sniao Los Allegan. Hey, baby, zediget. Tiavo. Hey, yo. Play that first part again. Hey, Gabiz, a big.
Yeah, that's my favorite line.
Sniao Los Allegan. Sniars all Allegan. Hey, baby, zediget.
Here. But listen. All right, this is what he said.
All right, hang on.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
Wait.
The channel needs to be on. I turned it off. I'm sorry.
Good.
All right, here we go. Hey, baby, take it easy, baby. Hey, baby, take it easy, baby. So I write these things down. You should see the chicken scratch.
But
we should say that.
You took that in chunks, right?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
But I wrote down hey ba bazit again. I have to word that out.
Hey ba bazit again.
I'm Steve. I'm almost like a
court stenographer.
No. I'm almost like a medium. I'm getting
right.
I'm getting these from these spirits that are
paranormal.
just writing down this gibberish.
So your eyes will write like in the others.
Yeah, it's like that. All right, we're gonna try it again.
But real quick, I just wanted to. So Mike, he did win those passes for Thor: Love and Thunder.
All right, what do we got for him? Oh yeah, that's it. King of Prussia. Next Wednesday. All right, so we have Shane on the line now. Hey, Shane.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, buddy. Shane, do you grasp the concept of what we're doing here?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold, and we're going to let you take a shot at it. All right, buddy?
Okay.
All right, here is the next Bass Ackwards song. Why do we go? Why do we go? Now, why do we go?
Not great.
Wow. I think that's the first one we did.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Shane. Oh.
Can I hear it one more time?
Yep, I'll give it to you one more time. Hang on. Here we go. Why do we go? Why do we go? Now, why do we go? All right, Shane.
Yeah.
Come on, Shane.
I'm going to have to tap out for this one.
Oh, that's it. Oh, it's easy.
We'll get another caller. Ashley?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Ashley, did you hear it?
I did.
What is it?
Is it Sweet Child of Mine?
It is Sweet Child of Mine. Yeah. Hang on a second, Ashley.
Nicely done.
What we got for you?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. So for Ashley, we have a pair of passes.
That's it backwards.
For an IMAX screening of Thor: Love and Thunder. It's going to be Wednesday, July 6th at 7 p.m. at UA King of Prussia. The film hits theaters everywhere Friday, July 8th. But if you want another chance to win, if you couldn't get through the phone lines, click contest at WMMR.com.
All right, this is...
do you want the...
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to do it...
Do you want to hear that in reverse, or do you guys care?
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah.
It's so good.
This one was pretty easy, if I recall, because it's just repeating the same thing. You ready? Wuggy Woodell, one Wuggy Woodell, Wuggy Woodell, Wuggy Woodell.
Yeah,
Wuggy Woodell is where do we go?
I want my
Wuggy Woodell.
All right, let's go next to David. Hey there, David.
Hey.
All right, buddy. Bass Ackwards, the song edition. You ready to try this?
I'm ready.
All right, let's put you on hold, and here is the new one. Excellent. That's all I think we did.
That's all you need?
Yeah, let's play it one more time, Case. Here we go. Excellent. All right, David.
I'm going to go with the scrotum whistler.
No!
Scrotum whistles are very good.
So close. I think it's a new song from Froggy, by the way, Whistling Scrotum. Sorry, no, bud. We got to... You definitely don't have an answer?
No, I don't.
Again, I'm hearing these. Absolutely. I think they're easy to discern.
Patrick, are you there?
Rattlers.
All right, Patrick, did you hear the Bass Ackwards song?
I heard it, but I don't got it.
Oh.
Let me play it one more time for you, okay?
All right.
All right, hang on. Here we go. Excellent. All right.
I've been listening to it all day since it's so I ain't got it.
All right, thanks, Aaron.
Oh, man.
We'll go one more. I got John. Yo, John, good morning.
Rattlers.
Another Rantlers there. Give him a Rantlers. All right, John, do you know what song that is?
Can I hear it one more time?
Sure. Yep, hang on. Here we go. Excellent. It's as close as I could get it. All right, John, do you know what it is?
Is it even flow? I've never.
No, sir. It is not.
People are guessing it on the text board.
Yeah, Marissa's grabbing a random texter who happened to text in a correct answer. We will do that from time to time to make sure that we get out all of the prizes that we have.
I think this is an iconic part of the song, and I think it's easy to discern.
All right, so we have our caller, and it is Tom. Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, how are you?
Good. You identified that song?
Enter Sandman.
You got it. Yeah. Enter Sandman. Exit live. Enter night.
Hey, Tom, real quick, I'm going to give you a choice here in prizes. Do you want some beer? Do you want this a $50 gift card for Crash Concepts Restaurant Group, or do you want to go see Thor on Wednesday?
The gift card.
Okay, so there you go.
Excellent.
You got a $50 gift card from Craft Concepts Restaurant Group.
And that does include Tradesman, Baru, Sueno, Uptown Beer Garden, and Tinsel.
It's pretty amazing.
And Marissa's doing a big event later on tonight at Uptown Beer Garden with Clear Rum. Stop by. That is from 6 to 8, I believe. All right, we got another caller we're going to go to and try to give some more goodies away. And it is Matt that gets to take a shot at it. Hey, Matt, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, Santa's got to go.
All right. All right, hang on, Santa. We're going to give you a new one.
Santa's got to go.
All right, here is the clip. Hamalado en abano, hamusdido, melabido. Yeah.
I mean, let's also take into account you're actually singing it in like key and you
Trying to get the melody.
You're getting the melody right.
Trying to get the melody. That's the hard part. All right, Matt, you know what that is?
Can I hear that one more time?
One more time coming up. Here we go. Hamalado en abano, hamusdido, melabido. Yeah.
Sounds like a Mexican cover band.
Melabido. All right, Matt, what is it?
I'm sorry, I got nothing.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Okay. All right. It's a huge song, man. I'll go to Jake next. Hey, Jake.
Zubba zub zubba zubba.
Oh my God.
In the pouring rain.
That's
great.
Love that, Jake. All right, Jake, do you need to hear it again, or do you know what it is?
Man, it's Nirvana. Is that Breathe?
No.
Ah, damn it.
I am sorry. I am sorry, Jake. That sucks. All right, we'll go to Eric. One more. Eric?
Hey, I got it. Slap of the bass.
Slap in the bass. What song is that, Eric?
That's Nirvana. Smells like Teen Spirit.
There we go. You are correct. All right. Hang on, Eric. I think we're going to give you some beer.
Yes, we are. So, Eric, for you,
Slap at the bass.
you have a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It's perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish, and you can live rangerously. Do you guys want to hear this the way he recorded it? Okay.
Yep. All right, is it ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Hey! Hodi belem, hodi tsuma, hona bane. Oh, Dalama. I was telling Casey, that sounds like, and not to make light of anything, but it almost sounds like a Native American chant or something like that. Like there's like somebody's doing a spiritual chant.
Somewhere in training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey! Hodi belem, hodi tsuma, hona bane, oh, Dalama.
It's like I envision you in a sweat lodge.
Yeah. All right, let's go to another caller. It is John that we have now. Hey, John.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to play Bass Backwards, the song edition?
Yep.
All right, hang on, John. Man, a few words. Man of action.
I like that.
Wants to get right to it. Here is our next one. Mama, she's killed him then. What I'm gonna against this, oh, man, sugar, now is then.
I mean,
Now you just sound drunk.
It's Mama. Hey,
You're like lying on the couch.
If you're asking now, he's dead.
all right, John, do you know what song that is?
Yeah, it's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, well done. Hang on. Let's hear that again as is, though.
Okay, as is.
One more time. Here we go. Mama, she's killed him then. What I'm gonna against this, oh, man, sugar, wisdom.
All right, we're here the other way?
Yeah, I got to do it this way.
All right.
Oh, wait.
Hang on. Turn that up.
All right, here we go.
All right, yeah. Nedzi wenner gersh nambo as it's nick no nog nado. Ned midlakesish.
Sounds like a Yiddish song.
Legsish. Mum.
That's Mama.
Oh my God. Mum. By the way, this took us several days to do.
Sure.
Like we had to do it.
can
We had to do it in a few different sessions before we got it done. All right, so
You
that's
should be blowing the chauffeur, right?
Yeah.
While you're
that is John.
All right,
What
so
are we
for
gonna
you,
do?
John, you have a pair of passes. For an IMAX screening of Thor, Love and Thunder. It's going to be Wednesday, July 6th, 7 p.m. at UA King of Prussia. And the film is going to hit theaters everywhere on Friday, July 8th. And if you want another chance to win, just go to contest at WMMR.com.
Can I clarify something Steve just said? He said I should be blowing the chauffeur, and I want to explain what that means.
Oh, Mike's
It's not
the
a
limo
driver. It's a horn.
Oh.
You guys need me?
That Orthodox Jews will blow, and it's
called the chauffeur.
It's a chauffeur or something like that.
Ari
But
Shafir.
so that's what that reference meant. All right. I skipped somebody, and it's Mike here. That's who I need to go to. Is on line 3, I think. Yeah. All right. Hey, Mike, are you there, buddy?
Gadzooks.
All right. We are playing Bass Ackwards, the musical song edition. Are you ready?
Give it to me.
All right, hang on. I'm going to put you on hold. I think we cut this one yesterday. We're going a little further back in time with
In
our
the
music
Wayback Machine.
on this one. This is an older rock tune. Here we go. Oh, she was just 17. You know what I mean.
That's easy.
I didn't get the melody very well.
I think you got it just fine.
On that. So we'll go to Mike and see if he knows. Hey, Mike.
I was here and I just saw her standing there.
Nice. The Beatles. Mike, I believe we have movie passes for him, Case.
Yes, we do. These are movie passes for...
Oh,
Okay. That was
It's backwards then.
We have passes for the IMAX screening of Thor, Love and Thunder. It's going to be in theaters on Friday, July 8th. And if you want another chance to win, click contest at WMMR.com.
All right. How many more of these do we want to do?
Well, we have 4 more, so
Okay.
however many you
As long
want.
as we got time.
Okay.
Can
Where
you
are
turn
we
off?
going here?
It's
eh?
on. It's on the.
Where's that effing sound coming
Yeah,
from?
it's on
Where's
the
that
hockey.
sound coming from?
Okay.
Where's that sound coming from?
Trying to determine who's next here. It's Jim.
There's nothing on here.
Hi there, Jim.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, buddy. You ready to play this game?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, hang on. Bass Ackwards.
You can do it.
The song edition. And, oh, yeah. All right, our next one. Here we go. We recorded this one yesterday as well. Here we go. In the name of love. One more in the name of love.
Come
It's
on.
beautiful. It's better than the original.
That's poor.
No, it's
No.
not.
Hang on. In the name of love. One more in the name of love. Oh, to blame.
This is the hardest one, I think.
You don't know it, Nick?
I do, yeah, but it took me listening to it twice. I got all the other ones right away. This one seemed a little more challenging.
All right, Jim. Any idea?
I don't know the name of the song, but is it the In the Name of Love?
I threw this one in there because the title is not what the
It's your
refrain
contest.
is.
You can decide.
What do you think, Casey?
Well, so hang on. I just want to type something in here.
Yeah.
It is in the title. He's missing one word.
Oh, no, I know, but
Yeah.
it's not mentioned in the song.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of threw it as a
You guys can make the call.
a monkey in the wrench, if you will.
Hey, Jim, just sing a little bit for me.
In the Name of Love. And that's all I got, man.
Do you know who sings it?
Nah, dude.
All right, then we can't let you have it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. All right, let me go to Anthony. Anthony. Rantlers.
Oh,
It's a
another
popular one today.
Rantlers.
Anthony, do you need to hear that again?
Nah, I got it.
What?
U2 Pride.
Yeah, Pride in the Name of Love. That's correct. Officially, the title is Pride. I wanted to throw kind of one that might have been a little more difficult in there. So, Anthony, here's what we have for you.
You got yourself a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It is a perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish, and you can live rangerously.
Okay, and this is me doing it phonetically. Havalvam in the Nerom, no. Havalvam in I have to write that stuff down. I think I spelled nenne, N-E-N-E.
I got to save these. Next time we do this, I need to save your notes.
Yeah, what I could do is literally take a picture of it and post it the day before and say, see if you can figure out what we're going to do in advance.
I like that.
We'll go to John G. Hey, John G.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah, bud. All right, we got the game all teed up. A brand new one. You ready?
You got it.
All right, here we go. Soft sing it. Wait, that's not.
I didn't do that right.
You didn't reverse it.
I got it.
This one's hard.
Yeah, it's difficult. All right, we can do it all over. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Crazy. Best I would know. Millions of people.
Whoa.
This thing is full.
Dude, nice job.
One more time. One more time. Crazy. Best I would know. Millions of people. This thing is full.
You're still more understandable than he is.
Yeah, All right, John. We need the title of that song. What is it?
Crazy Train.
Nice job. Hold on a second, John.
All right, we're going to hook him up with a $50 gift card from the Craft Concepts Restaurant Group.
And by the way, this 4th of July, Clear, K-L-Y-R, Clean American Rum is launching the Rum Revolution with Craft Concepts pubs and beer gardens all around the city. And it kicks off tonight at Uptown Beer Garden in JFK with Marissa and the MM Army and Clear American Rum, Red, White, and Blue cocktails. And continues all weekend at spots like Tradesman's, Brew, Sueno, and more. You can go to WMMR.com/events for details.
So they gave us a couple of us the bottles of Clear. I brought it home. We served it at a party. It was a huge hit.
Excellent.
Everyone was raving about it.
Did you say red rum?
Red rum.
In that
murder back.
Red,
right?
I messed that up. It's supposed to be rum, red, white, and blue.
Oh.
Red rum.
Well, we're just doing the backwards game, and I thought it was appropriate.
Kind of ties into that.
We never listened to you doing it forward, by the way.
Okay, here we go. Soft sing it did. Of be Visnillen. So do as a bep. Hey, zir. That was hard.
Yeah.
I believe you could do this.
Yeah.
That's millions of people. That's what that's. Do
it again.
So. What?
Just play it again. Yeah.
So do as a bep. Hey,
that's
zir. That's how it goes. That's what so do as a is. Backwards. All right, we'll get another one. I think we have two left.
All right.
This is Dan. Hey, Dan. All right, Dan, you ready to play?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Here we go. Bass Backwards, Song Edition. Here's your tune. I get up. None against the hour. You got it so. I'd see the so rare. One more time. I get up. None against the hour. You got it so. You got it. I'd see the so rare. I know I sound like Tiger King a little bit there. Joe Exotic. All right.
Tiger.
Let me go back to Dan, see if he knows. Dan?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. Is it Jump?
It is!
Yes!
Well done.
All right.
Hold on a second, Dan. Got some beer for you, my man.
Yeah, we do. Got a case of New Belgium Voodoo Ranger IPA. Voodoo Ranger IPA is bursting with tropical aromas and juicy fruit flavors. It is a perfectly bitter golden IPA with a refreshing finish, and you can live rangerously.
All right, you want to hear that in its original
I think
form?
I did it.
All right, here we go. Rarest of us, Denise, nah. Us, did I agree? I needs nigga none. What they got? What they got? All right, we have time for one more, and we have a guest vocalist. Casey Boy did this last one.
Nice.
Press had to go outside for a moment, so I had. I was like, all right, let me try. It is not good.
Try it. Let us be the judge.
Okay.
All right. We have Chris, who has the honor of trying this one out. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how you doing? How's the moon cut his hair?
What?
How?
He clips it.
Wait, say the setup again.
How does the moon cut his hair?
How does the moon cut his hair?
He clips it.
He clips it. I like it. It was hard to hear you. We didn't quite get it, but good dad joke, Chris. All right.
I'm the dad joke champ.
All right. This is Casey's version. You ready?
Ouch, yeah.
All right, let me put you on hold. And remember, we need the title of this song. This is another one of those that might throw you off with the title. Here we go.
Teenage Teenage they're always there.
That's good.
That's really good.
That's good. I'll play it one more time. Here we go.
Teenage Teenage they're always there.
All right, Chris.
I would not be able to call myself a true Pearl Jam fan if I did not know this was Baba O'Reilly.
Yes! He's a huge and he's a gigantic.
That's
Pete
true.
Townsend fan.
Excellent.
I thought you were barking up the wrong tree, but you got it right, Chris. Hang on. Here's what we got for you.
Well, and Chris wanted beer, but we don't have any beer left to give, so I'm going to have to. We have Thor pass. Well, I'll give him a couple of choices off air. So he can either see Thor on Wednesday, or we have something else.
Okay. All right. So hang on there, Chris.
Big tray of cornbread.
Let you know. All right. Let's hear that one the other way.
Yes.
Because I want to hear how you did this case. I didn't hear this yesterday.
Well, and I didn't do it your way. I didn't write anything down. I just listened and just tried to emulate what you said.
All right. Here we go.
It's still Warren. Nails, no strandies. Nails, no strandies.
Wow.
Nice job.
Yeah,
it's good, man. Nice job. So you guys like this version of it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fun. I kind of like this one better than the other way
I'll
that we
tell
did
you
it.
what, it was very difficult. Now you have a point of context because you know it's a popular song.
Yeah, because the other way around, I was just doing it. You would have to hear this gibberish and guess what it was,
right?
And it was too hard. I like this where
you have a melody.
It throws it off enough to where you might be able to figure that out. All right, thank you for playing along, dear friend. With that in mind, we do need to take ourselves a break. When we return, our friends from Froggy, they're in the Acme Lounge as we speak, and they will be in our studio. And I think they have something for us, and we'll find out about a gig they got coming up. We'll get into some other things too. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question. And they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have two Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Holzinez. Is that how you say her last name? Holzinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, so but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question.
and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right,
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single, before I had a chance to finish every single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'm going to give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard.
I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next
Is
question.
there a deduction?
No.
No,
If you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice!
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger. And Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they're so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, And each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As
Can
we
really
go for the
change.
quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got
That's
it.
incorrect.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas. The rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas de Mimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that
it.
name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
there's so many syllables, and
Yeah.
it's exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
You're looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Yes.
5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as well.
guess in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Is the champion?
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning, and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4? All right.
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
It is.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that.
first grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the. If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josines for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
You should see the text. They're great. This one sums it up. It's just 5 words. The hell is going on? I don't know. We're trying to figure that out, too.
The great thing to remember while you're listening to this show today is that we're in the National Radio Hall.
I know.
How the hell did that happen?
All right. Well, listen, we have 3 of our favorite people here in the studio. They're homegrown. They're hardcore punk. And
we love them.
Their music is going to be in a movie very soon.
That's right.
Please welcome Brooke, Morgan, and Fiona. It's Froggy! Well, we already played this earlier, but I just figured I'd throw this in there. Morning, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Nice to see the 3 of you once again. So, yeah, did you hear us play the song earlier, the Friday song?
We did not.
You did not?
I heard it very in the distance.
In the distance. Okay.
Calling to you.
Yeah,
we do it every Friday.
Because at the end of that, Brooke, when you said it's Friday, I'm like, you sealed the fate for that song to be played every Friday here on the radio show. Congratulations to both Brooke and Fiona. Just graduated from high school. So congrats. How was that? How did it go?
I go to North Penn. I went to North Penn High School, so it was painfully long because they said 1,011.
Wow.
It's a huge
It's a big
school.
class.
Long day.
That's like when I graduated. There were like 1,100 kids. It took for friggin' ever.
Yeah. How about you, Fiona? Was it all right?
It was great.
Yeah. Good for you.
I went and got ice cream. And it was awesome.
What kind did you get?
I got peanut butter ripple.
That's my jam.
Yeah.
I've been on a peanut butter and chocolate kick lately.
Like a Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, but it's Haagen-Dazs.
Oh, you are a Haagen-Dazs
It's the best.
Fanatic.
Here's something that works. Especially if you're going to do a cone, do the peanut butter ripple on the bottom.
Okay.
Banana ice cream on the top. If they have banana ice cream,
It's like a peanut butter nanner sandwich.
That's what Elvis used to have. That's why he had such an impacted colon when he died.
All right, so high school's over. That's great. Morgan, you graduated last year,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Okay, so now everybody's out. We're done with that.
Thank God.
What's going on this summer? What are the plans? I mean, obviously you guys are going to be gigging, right?
Going on lots of vacations.
Yeah.
Really?
We need it. Should I just drop the news now about our album?
Yeah.
Yes, do it.
All right, we want to hear it.
Drum roll.
Let's do a drum roll.
This is dramatic. All right. Please take it away, Morgan. What's the announcement?
Our album Harmburger will be out August 1st on all platforms.
There you go. Harmburger?
Yeah.
Okay. I love it.
Yeah, we just we're like, we don't know the name, and then I think it just kind of came as a joke, just like our band name.
Yeah.
And we're
Everything's a
like,
joke.
wait, that's perfect. So, yeah.
Hamburger is perfect. I love it. How many songs?
8? Eight.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
I love that about you guys. It seems like several of the things, like what was corn chowder? What is that? What the Spanish word for corn chowder? What is it?
Sopa de elote.
Yeah, and that's you guys just thought it was funny,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
okay,
pretty
there
much.
you go.
Well, that's it. You guys are funny. That's very cool. It occurs to me the last time we saw you was obviously at the barbecue, which was so awesome.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, you guys had a real deal mosh pit going on in front of the stage, and it was really cool. Any takeaways? Anything you remember from that? Just besides the huge audience watching you.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was cold out. That's what I definitely remember.
Oh, I was freezing.
But no, that was incredible. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then so I got an email from a guy. You guys were telling me about this gig at the barbecue, the Froggy prom. I got an email from a guy who tore his bicep. Did you hear about that?
I heard about it.
Right.
I heard the shard out.
Yeah. So a guy said he was at the Froggy. And I assume he was just rocking really hard, and that's what happened.
I remember because I saw his Instagram post and I was like, oh, I remember that guy. Because I remember he went up to me. He's like, "This is awesome." He was having a great time. I had no idea that he got
Yeah, we have
injured.
no idea. I mean, nothing there wasn't an ambulance on scene. It's just we saw it through Instagram, and I was like, oh my God, how did that happen?
You know what's wild is it's funny because people were aware of you and they were there and they you could see within seconds they were like, oh, this is the real deal. And then his head started bopping in Preston. You jumped up on stage, started doing
the head bang.
Yeah,
I had to get up
absolutely.
on stage. That was awesome, man. All right, so the new album comes out in August. 8 songs on that. Is it gonna? It's not gonna include 7-Eleven nachos and the other ones you guys had out.
Oh, no.
This is all new material.
Yeah. I mean, we have Preston and Steve on there, right?
No,
nope.
Yeah, I was gonna freak out if that was the case, but I couldn't see that would probably.
we
be a
wouldn't
good
hold
idea.
you to that.
No,
Yeah.
you don't need to put that on an album. But what are some of the tracks? You've released a couple of songs, right?
Yeah. Stupid Rich Boy and Jimmy's song will be on there.
And then, should I say some of the other ones?
Yeah, sure.
So we have this song called Spring Fever that we play live. People really like. One called Ripping My Skin. One called Tigress.
Yeah.
And then
Senior Citizen.
Yeah, that's
I'm excited for that
you
one.
guys will like that.
That's my
Oh,
favorite.
really?
Is it about old people or is it about seniors in high school?
It's about
old
we,
people.
We don't
Yes.
like old.
That's a joke. There's legal reasons.
Where did you record the album?
At our friend's house. His name is Charlie Fiasco.
He's got a stage name.
Yeah.
So this is very cool, and as you said, a lot of people who are listening to the show are Froggy fans now, so they're going to get that. But you also have You have this gig coming up right now. Is it this weekend?
Yep, it's tomorrow. We have it at Philomoka. It's the
Summer Soiree.
Yes.
And you guys mentioned this place a lot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we love Philomoka so much. But this was our rescheduled New Year's Eve show with Joe Jack Talcum and the other people. It's now a new lineup in between us.
Yeah, they added. There's a bunch of people just doing one-off bands, like Marissa Paternoster from Screaming Females is making a little band with some really cool ladies, and then there'll be Vixen 77's band called At Night. And we're gonna have cassettes there, which we've never had cassettes before.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, I
that's
saw
cool.
a picture of that. So you're actually selling cassettes of the new album.
No, it's since
Couple songs.
everything was planned last year, it's I don't remember what song
I
it
think,
is.
I think it's just the EP.
It's like New Year's Eve themed
I think
still.
I think it's
Oh, is it? It's for New Year's. You never got to give them out on New Year's. All right, there we
yeah,
go.
so they say New Year's Eve 2021.
Well, that just seems like a quirky joke. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, all right, and do you get along well with the other bands and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good camaraderie.
Yeah. It's gonna be a great time. Joe Jack Talcum, I love that guy. I've met him a bunch of times, and every time I meet him, I'm like, do you remember me?
He's awesome.
Are you guys the youngest of the bands that you normally play with?
Oh yeah, all
Yeah.
the time.
Always.
I remember sometimes if they don't know us, we get a crowd just because they're like, are they 15? Like, how old are they? Oh my god.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. But and again, all you got to do is go see them, and you'll see that you guys really you do the real deal. So
yeah. And hey, are we getting the recorded version of the Preston and Steve song?
Yep.
Song
Yeah,
yet?
we sent it over.
Recorded, mastered, mixed.
Okay, we have it. I haven't heard it
we
yet.
have not. We want to hear it on air.
All right, so the one that we play on Fridays was We Are the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
And we had Froggy come down and play live. And we had initially talked to them a while back and we're like, would you write a song for us? They said, yeah, oh my God, yeah. And they debuted it. We recorded it. I think it sounds great.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
The way that it is. So, but this was in the studio, right?
Yes.
This is all fancy and clean.
Yeah. Completely finished.
All right, all 47 seconds of it. Here we go. Oh my God.
Love it.
I like it even better. Oh, it's got more attitude.
Do you remember, Preston, we were out when they were playing, and you guys really, we were cranking.
Oh,
and they were standing up in front of the speakers. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Oh, it jumped up another level. It was wild.
All right, so we get questions all the time. What are the lyrics to that song?
Oh yes. I want to be the connoisseur. Bizarre Files got all the lore. No school for me, Lore. Yeah. No school for me, Mom. I don't want to go. I just want to listen to the radio. Preston and Steve.
No sad, bro.
Yeah. No sad, bro. No sad, bro. And then
Friday.
it's Friday.
That's
great.
That's
Love it. Love it.
So Kevin Smith announced that they were going to release the trailer for Clerks 3. Do you have any indications on when the actual film is going to come out?
No idea.
No idea.
How
Okay.
exciting is that? I mean, that
I'm
still blows
so
me.
excited.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I
It
cannot
never-
believe it.
It never sunk in for me.
Yeah, it doesn't feel real, honestly.
You will be
I won't until I see it.
Yeah. At some point, you'll be sitting in the theater.
Oh.
You'll hear your freaking song as part of the soundtrack.
Do you know, is it 7-Eleven Nachos that's playing, or
Yeah.
it is? Okay.
Yeah.
So did you
and-
just send music over, or did you meet him or anything like that?
We just sent music over, and then we found out that's going to be in the film. And like, I guess the most that we found out was your interview with him.
Yeah.
About it, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's like prominent. It's not going to be in the background."
Right,
Like,
yeah.
I'm like, I don't even know what to do. That's
Yeah.
insane.
I would love to meet him.
Yeah.
I would love to
yeah.
meet him. Yes.
Every time
great.
he does a meet and greet, I'm like, I can't afford.
He comes in here. You'll come in.
Yeah.
We'll do that on air. We'll do
Yeah.
the great meeting on air with Kevin and you guys.
If he's out
Absolutely.
this way, we'll definitely have you
Yeah.
guys in. when
Yeah.
he's
He
here.
comes in a lot. Yeah.
Morgan, Marissa was telling me something. I don't know where she saw it. Maybe it was on social media that you said you recently learned how to really scream or something like that.
Yeah, kind of. So I got the general idea of it. Like how to do it, what part of your voice does it. I need to perfect it. It doesn't sound like 100% the best, but I'm getting there. I always wanted to do like those hardcore screams. That's just more than like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I just want to really go for it.
Right.
Yeah, and like especially with all the metal I listen to, it's like I want to emulate some of it.
No, it's hard, and we've talked about
Yeah.
we've talked to artists over the years who, and Preston being a musician and having been in a band, you know. We find it hard to wrap our minds around performing in concert, blowing it out that way all the time, and still managing to keep your voice.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, when I do like the grit kind of stuff, and I grew up doing that when I'd perform at School of Rock.
What is that? What's the great? Is that the?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I
Oh,
hope
yeah.
I didn't just blow anyone ears out. I'm sorry.
No, and so there's a fine line between you having your voice do the work and letting the microphone do the work as well.
Exactly, yeah. But it's also just like making sure you keep up your voice. That's the biggest thing you can do. So drinking a lot of, I used to drink, I need to drink more water before gigs. But if I knew I was going to pull the grit out, I would just drink so much water. It's very, very helpful. And sleeping, which a lot of people don't do.
It's wild. Yeah, the regimen. We just had John Anderson on from Yes.
Oh,
and so his register is very, an alto, what is he, an alto soprano?
I've forgotten. He's way up
But
there.
he's way up there. So he's in his
Alto
70s,
tenor.
and his voice has not degraded at all because he's always been at that register.
Yeah.
I've forgotten the name of the band from Mexico that were here. The three.
Oh, the Warning.
The Warning.
Yeah.
You guys familiar with them?
I am.
They've got some. They were really gelling. And I mean, hitting these really. I'm like, how long? Well, the lead singer, she couldn't do it, so the drummer sang that morning. We're like, you can sing like that too.
That's your drummer.
But yeah, you gotta be careful when you're doing all that. Yeah.
And so, and it wasn't until recently with I didn't know that Aretha Franklin, one of the greatest singers ever, she prior to concerts, like her hotel room would be like a sauna. It would be like a steam bath. And I had no idea like how important the warmth and humidity was to her voice. And I don't know if that's the same thing for you.
Yeah, that I don't usually do that, but that does help. It's just you have to figure out what's best for your voice and also your schedule. Because sometimes I'm like, driving up to or driving down to Philly, and then it's like, oh, I have this amount of time to get ready. I cannot eat greasy food, or I will just burp every 10 seconds. That's the biggest thing.
No, we were just in the green room. You guys were in the green room, and we were talking about eating before a gig. It's like eating. I don't know. Some people can. I don't get that.
Some people can.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have to eat, I'll stick to like salads, just so like, I don't burp. And then I can eat whatever I want after the gig.
There you go.
So I was reading, we got a little information on you guys. Brooke, you went to Jamaica not that long ago. Are we going to hear reggae influences in Froggy's music now?
So actually, we went on a tour one day, and our tour guide was like asking us all about our lives, and then I was just like, "Oh, I'm in a band." And he was like, "Are you serious?" So I showed him Froggy, and then he insisted on playing every single Froggy song during our tour.
What?
And then he was like, "You gotta get like some Jamaica influence in here," and he was like telling all these people about us, and I was just like, maybe we'll play it in Jamaica.
I hope so.
I'd love to see you play like one of the old resorts, like Couples in the Grill or something.
Yep. And then about Fiona, I also read that you have posted a collection of art pieces on Instagram. You're an artist as well?
Yeah, I did AP art this year, and it was really hard, but it was it was cool. Yeah, the whole thing where you decide a sustained investigation, so you make a bunch of art pieces about one theme.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah.
So will you use some of that for maybe cover art for your guys, or maybe your shirts and things like that?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
I think we should.
People always ask about your merchandise too. Do you guys have shirts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
we brought
there's-
shirts for you guys
brought you
today.
shirts.
But
There's something else you guys have.
It'd be
too.
like Nikki Sixx.
Oh yeah. And I brought so we've recently come out with our own soda through Round Guys Brewery in Lansdale. So I brought a bunch for everybody to.
That's awesome.
I legit thought it was beer, and I was like, how do these girls who aren't yet 21
Yeah, we have our own brand of meth. Yeah.
What kind of soda is it?
Pink lemonade.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay.
It's all natural,
So
no
good.
flavor.
Can I try one right now?
Absolutely.
And are you guys on the can? Are those renderings of you guys?
No,
Or-
he's just a dude.
Okay.
Skateboarding.
I got to design the can, which I was very excited about.
It's really cool.
But
That's awesome. How did that happen with Round Guys? Did they approach you?
So it's a little bit of a long story, but I'll shorten it.
Okay.
So they're from Lansdale, and Lansdale used to have a really thriving music scene, and it's still really good, but there used to be this venue under Round Guys everybody would go to called the Underground.
Yeah,
So I've
there's actually a tunnel that goes under the street to the other place.
Yeah.
Across the street. I've been there, yeah.
And I've
Okay.
just I've just always been around those people and always just been familiar with everybody. So they were just like, how would you guys like to make a soda? Like the one guy, Scott, was like, I'm dabbling in making soda. I know how to do it, and like we want to expand like what we do. And they were just like, what flavor do you want? And they sent us this website, and it was like 1,000 flavors.
Yeah.
And we were just like,
Yeah, we're like, I don't know.
But through like taste tests and design and stuff, it just finally came out.
It was
And
a long process, though. We were like, for like months, we were like, I just want it. I want to drink it. It's so good, please.
They had us do ice creams so we did a couple ice cream flavors for Bassett's, and it's like, oh, if I could only make my own flavor. And then when you're given the chance to make your own flavor, you're like, what the hell do I do?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I love it, man. It's really good. I'm tasting it right now.
This is really good.
Yeah.
A little tequila, it would be awesome.
That's what everyone says.
That's what every vodka
We've been
says.
told tequila and vodka. Yeah. Not together, probably.
Yeah, not at the same time.
I mean, you can try it.
You could try that. That's cool. Yeah. Well, good for Round Brothers. I went to a drag show there one time. It was awesome. They
Yeah.
still do that, do you know?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
I want to
Nice.
go.
I've never been. I need to go.
So people can get the Froggy soda at Round Guys?
Yeah, so at Round Guys or Evolution Candy in Doylestown.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I think there will be more places soon, but that's so far.
That's really good.
Figuring it out.
That is yummy. Excellent.
So while we have you guys here, why don't we give out your Instagram so people can contact you? It's for the band, it's Froggy the Band, but you girls should give out your own Instagram account so people can follow you.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to.
If you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine's Morgan S. McLean. You can find our personals probably through Froggy.
Probably very easy.
There you go. It makes it easier, yeah.
Yeah. Go do your
Froggy.
research.
Froggy the Band.
Come on, get off their backs.
All right, so the gig is tomorrow. It is the Punk News Summer Soiree at Philomoka, and that is, what time are you guys going on? Do you know?
You better be in a prime
Like,
spot.
I think
forget.
it's
Somebody-
around 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
All right.
I think it's like 8:15 or something because
Okay.
somebody commented and asked.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
So be there.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys for being here. And thank you for bringing us the new, more attitude version of our song.
course.
And we really appreciate you doing that. That's it's a lot of fun. We'll keep playing it till you guys tell us to stop doing it.
We will never tell you to stop.
All right, awesome.
Or until we get a new one.
Yeah.
when the movie comes out,
Yes.
the Clerks film, and the trailer will be out next week. Wouldn't that be wild if it was in the trailer?
From what he
the
says,
song.
it very well might be. He was really enamored. Yeah, he really dug the song.
Oh, one more thing before we do wrap him. You guys can stay in here, but we're going to chit chat about something else. Have you seen the Doctor Strange movie? The last Doctor Strange movie?
I don't think I
No.
Oh, dude.
Then I need to tell them.
Yeah.
There are pizza bowls in the movie.
No
Yeah.
way.
For
Oh my
real.
God.
There's a part where they're eating these pizza bowls, quite literally. So I'm
They
gonna
could
play
have put that song in.
them. No. All right. Thank you guys for coming by.
Thank you for having us.
Anytime, Froggy. Morgan, Fiona, and Brooke. All right, so while they are hanging out in here, real quick, one thing we haven't addressed at all is 4th of July
Yes.
and fireworks and all that type of thing.
So you're going to be around a whole bunch of displays, right? I mean, like at the shore, there's
They're all over the
tons of
place.
stuff going on, right?
Yeah, so there's, in fact, I got the full
And
list
house
here,
fires.
But Wildwood and Cape May, and they're just, it goes off like crazy. And it's so flat there.
You can see it all.
You can see them all over
Yeah,
the place.
yeah.
It's really cool. But I do have the list. And by the way, interesting article you sent me this morning, Steve. It was a little bit too long, but you may have noticed that there hasn't been as much firework activity, like on a personal level, leading up to 4th of July.
It was happening all last night.
Okay, well, in the city, they're
Okay.
reporting way less. Yeah. And they think that the economy might have something to do with it.
Oh.
That people are not wanting to spend money on
They're
fireworks.
eating the fireworks.
Fireworks are expensive.
Yeah,
they eat the fireworks.
Eat the fireworks instead of set them off. Yeah, I've actually noticed a decline in my area. It was virtually every friggin' night.
So I'll run down a handful of these. In Philadelphia, let's see, tonight, the Our American Now Expressions of Freedom and Waterfront Fireworks is happening. That's on Columbus Boulevard, so that'll be at 9:30. And then there's also, obviously the waterfront is where it's going to be going on pretty much every night until the 4th. And then Xfinity does a fireworks show.
What do they do?
tonight at the Phillies game?
Cool.
Citizens Bank.
It's a 6:05 start, by the way, for the Phils game tonight.
Rivers Casino Party on the Pier is the 3rd. So listen, it's just going to be every night. You'll be able to find some in Philadelphia. But elsewhere, let's go to Bucks County. The Riverside Symphonia Concert and Fireworks. That's tomorrow night at 8 o'clock.
And that's at, where is this?
Free bath salts for every attendant.
Irwina in Tinicum Park. Sesame Place has fireworks on the 4th. Quakertown Community Day is on the 4th, and that's in Quakertown, obviously. And Southampton Days Fairs is going to be July 4th as well.
They say that this is actually this is an expanded list from years past. There's more places now with fireworks than there have been in a long time.
Chester County has the Philly Balloon and Music Festival. We were talking about that the other day. Tredyffrin Township celebration is on the 4th, and that's Chesterbrook. In Delaware County, here we go, Case. Upper Darby Independence Day fireworks, July 1st. That's tonight. And and that is, why doesn't it just say, oh, it's at the Upper Darby High School baseball field. There you go. East Lake Park on the 2nd. In Bethel Township on the 3rd. That's Bethel Springs Elementary School. The Aston Township celebration is happening behind Sun Valley High School on the 4th. Clifton Heights Parade, and that's at the Clifton Heights Athletic Field. That's on the 4th as well. And in Montco.
Hey, real quick, you missed one in Bucks County. Shady Brook Farm has fireworks, and those are tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
They do like this unwind weekend throughout the summer, and they're going to include fireworks tomorrow.
Okay.
Unwind with explosives.
In Conchi, I almost called you Caroline.
It's okay. I'm Kathy.
Kathy.
Yeah, that happens on the 3rd.
I wish Kathy was my daughter, too.
The Conshohocken fireworks it's one of the best displays of fireworks I've ever seen.
Sutcliffe Park?
They do such a good job.
Is that where the football field is, Kev?
No, Sutcliffe Park is at like 9th and Cowell.
But listen to this, Kathy. It says the borough is closing the park and surrounding areas to the public due to the size of the display.
Yes.
And they advise
they have a borough?
that you watch the show from another vantage point. So it's so big, they close down the park.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. So I think you can't get into the actual park. So obviously there's the numbered streets around it. So a lot of people have parties, if you can see from from there. But there's also public places you can go. Like you can see it from some of the fire stations. So people will set up on their in their parking lot, on the grass, things like that. So yeah, around you can pretty much see them from anywhere in
I would
Conshohocken.
park at Manayunk and walk to Conshohocken. That seems to be because it's hard to get parking.
Upper Marion at Hauser Park. It says King of Prussia that's on the 4th. And Waltz's Golf Farm, that's in Limerick. That's going to be on the 4th. Then you have Eagleville Park is having there on the 4th as well. Skippack Township, that's the one that's closest to me. Palmer Park, we would go there for years. Take our kids when they were younger. We would go and
they
park
do
in
it
the
on
field.
the actual 4th, I think.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, that's on the 4th. And
Sometimes you can get into one a day or two ahead.
Yeah, and then Narberth Park has theirs.
I went to that one
on July 4th as well.
It's good. They do a good job. I was uncomfortably close.
At the shore, let's see here, Jersey Shore. Atlantic City is having theirs. The Tropicana is hosting weekly fireworks on July 2nd as well, and July 4th. But North Beach Atlantic City fireworks is on North Beach. That's on the 4th. Then you have Six Flags Great Adventure does. Why that they consider that Jersey Shore?
No, it's not Jersey Shore.
Sea Isle has theirs on the 4th on 50th Street Beach. Ocean City. And these it just says the town. Ocean City, July 4th. Margate, July 4th. Avalon and Stone Harbor, July 4th.
A crap load.
Wildwood, July 1st and 4th on the boardwalk.
Wildwood does theirs every Friday night from pretty much the end of June all the way through the rest.
I love that's like a little 10-minute display.
Yeah, it's just
this will be the
but the one on the 4th is the real deal. And here's the deal. And I know I'm
bro.
We don't need your fireworks display on the beach as the fireworks are going on. Do you know what I mean? Like it happens every year, and
you can't compete.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
You don't bring fireworks to a fireworks show.
Yeah.
Right. It's frustrating because
do you bring your guitar when you go to a concert?
It's distracting. Or what?
Well, it makes me nervous. I don't trust you.
Yeah, right.
I don't
with
trust
like a bunch
you,
of people
Biff.
on the beach.
Yeah, I just
who's been drinking since 6 o'clock in the morning.
Most of the shore fireworks, I hate to say it, they stink. So I think people get bored and they bring their own.
Okay. Then Long Beach Island has theirs.
They should put that on the travel brochure.
Yes, yeah.
Kathy says they stink.
Welcome to the shore. We suck.
By the way, Froggy, a name of a song, I Don't Trust You, Biff. Casey just said that. I think that's a good name for a song. And then finally, Cape May has theirs on July 4th, and that'll be across from Congress Hall from a barge
offshore. I love the barge ones.
Yeah. Doesn't Margate do that?
I'm sorry, Nick.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Doesn't Margate do the barge and in the bay?
I don't
Or am
know.
I mistaken?
It doesn't say here, but they very well may.
This is the year, though, they're going to blow up Lucy, right?
I have
Turn it
been
into
out
a fountain out of its trunk.
We blew up the elephant.
I've been out on a boat in the ocean sometimes while the shore displays are going off, and that's pretty cool because you can see all of the towns going in different directions. It's pretty neat
And
to see.
if you get up on a rooftop deck, down there, you can see all around those islands as well too.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. So
I'll tell you what, the level of fireworks that are for sale this year, and Casey, you would notice this as well. They've gotten a lot larger.
They're way better than
years past.
Yeah.
It used to be like just sparklers and stuff like that. Much better now.
I always hated sparklers. Oh, God, I hate those things.
You use sparklers to light other fireworks.
Well, like, all right, so the sparklers I grew up with in the 80s, they burned you. Like, you know, and it just
at a
got
certain
closer.
point, you got to let go.
Yeah, it got closer and closer to your skin. So at first you're like, oh, my God, I'm spelling my name. And then, and then you're burning your hands. And
what did I tell you about holding on to the sparkler? I told you to drop it. Like the other boys do, but you never listen.
the ones that I hated were the snakes.
Oh, those suckers.
It's just a little, like, tiny little black puck.
It lasts for about a quarter second.
And it just, and then
Like-
it just, come on.
Hey, you're an idiot. You'll like this.
Yeah, totally.
Here
You think
it
I'm
is.
stupid over here?
You're very stupid. You'll enjoy this.
Preston, did you say the Phils are tonight and Sunday? They have two.
I think so.
Okay, yeah. So there's fireworks, and tonight's start time for the Phils is 6:05, and then they have a display on Sunday night as well, which is the 3rd of July.
They do the display down. Honestly, a great place to see the fireworks is if you go to the Mashalou. We were talking about yesterday about Robert Irvine, but that's about as good a vantage point as you can get.
All right. Cool. We all good?
I think we're good.
All right. We got the fireworks covered. All right.
We got everything. I think we've changed lives.
All right. I think we have. I think we need to take a break because we got the B file coming up in just a moment. Don't forget our Word of the Week prize. We're giving that away today, too. So make sure that you are close for that. We're going to take a break and come back in a second. Just stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Could you want to watch the monkey heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the money heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey. What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. You told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
Falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says monkey heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the monkey heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox. I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on, Kathy.
Come on, Kat.
Come on, jump in, Kathy.
Come on, Kat.
Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're part of
What?
this.
No, that's a good chant. Beat a spataphor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double Dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it out right.
I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing jump roper.
Can you do it?
You can double the Dutch.
Will ze be the Bilzel, but zubbles is that? Yes, I can double Dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Ilzy will double Dutch.
No.
It's double Dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double Dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it, yeah.
Of course. You don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why?
Yeah.
Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
Not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
Just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back. Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and
that's right.
Steve. Then
For just like a
Preston,
few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Marilyn went on her own. She'd bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so
a little bit.
sorry you made
No,
one
I
for
need
me.
it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because
Okay.
we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night he took a crack at it, and everyone was going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit. So I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No,
So
I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
You know, most,
Where were you
most popular
studying?
high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much that it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of archecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me,
That was it.
That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, yeah, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'd be really interesting. My God, was it hard?
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
So I
what
had
it was
to bail
like.
on that. No
That's exactly
kidding.
what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur
background.
wrestling
Yeah.
background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
That's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but
Right.
like I loved pro wrestling so much, and
Yeah.
like, nothing was gonna stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you know, you have to you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, you know, being physically large. I mean, you know, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's
Yeah.
true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
You know, I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through. You know, the WWE and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in a. I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's
right.
not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off.
No.
Right. But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers.
Shout out to the Buzzer Band, who played last night. We did this private event for Sequoia Outback last night, and they're great. Vinny and the gang come out and they play this show every year for Sequoia Outback, and they're great. They're like there's like 12 people in the band.
But they bring a part. And what was it? Was it Pascal? What was the?
Pascalicious.
Pascalicious.
Yeah. Pascal was one of the singers.
Yeah.
And they have a great vocal harmonies and just a lot of fun. I got up and played a couple songs on drums with them, and they're just a great band.
Yeah.
Big, fat, solid sound. If you're looking for a party band, then you got to find these
And what was
guys.
the name of their tech? The guy who was
Lumpy.
Lumpy.
That was
Yeah.
Lumpy.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. There are a lot of fans of the show and everything. So great time last night with those guys. All right. I think we should do this right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board. You can celebrate Crave Montco Month this July. Enjoy discounts, free cocktails, and special menus. Visit cravemontcomonth.com for details. A Colorado man was gored by a bison near Giant Geyser at Old Faithful on Monday.
Is this like the third?
Well, there is. I have another one after this. So the 34-year-old was walking with his family on the boardwalk when the bull bison charged group. So here's a guy walking on the boardwalk.
Right.
This is where people are supposed to be. Yet the wildlife will wander in and around everywhere. And if they come on to that area, you're supposed to clear out of the way. Officials say family members did not leave the area and the animal continued to charge before goring the man. I also read in a later release that he saved a kid. Like there was a kid and he got in the way of the kid to get him out of the way. So, there was a video posted. A visitor recorded the incident and posted the video.
You're about to be gored.
A release said wildlife in Yellowstone National Park are wild and can be dangerous when approached. When an animal is near a campsite, trail, boardwalk, parking lot, or in a developed area, give it space. Stay more than 25 yards away from all large animals and at least 100 yards away from bears and wolves. If need be, turn around and go the other way to avoid interacting with a wild animal in proximity.
They're not putting on a show. They're literally wild animals.
A 71-year-old woman was gored by a bull. This took place, I believe, at Yellowstone Lake. So a park official said that the Pennsylvania woman...
Westchester.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. And her daughter were headed back to their vehicle at Yellowstone Lake. They inadvertently approached a bison, causing it to charge at them.
Wow.
The woman sustained non-life-threatening injuries and was sent to the hospital. Are we looking at video of this?
Yeah. So on a per-year basis, how many of these situations occurred? Is this an exceptional year?
I think that Oh, look, he got that kid out of the way.
Yeah, he did save the kid's life.
Okay, so this guy runs over. The kid was in the way of this bison. Oh, my gosh. Hold on a second. I need to see this again. This is crazy. And he runs over, grabs. Oh, my God.
One person
He saved that kid's life.
You're a crumb creep.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So anyhow,
they're too close, man. Like you can't get that close.
You
ever.
cannot ever. Yep.
The grizzly bears, you can. They're really, they're so friendly.
Smear honey on your face.
And if you see a baby grizzly bear, pick it up and hug it.
So, Steve, this is the third one so far this year. I think it's more than usual in this amount of time. So you got to be careful, man. A Central Florida pastor is accused of exposing himself at a Starbucks in Kissimmee.
This is my penis.
Of course, according to the sheriff's office, they received a call about a man who had exposed himself while pleasuring himself on the patio of Starbucks.
Kiss of me, kiss of it.
Oh, God, I love this latte. Detectives identified the person as Engenio Muniz Colon, and he reportedly had similar charges that occurred at the same location in the past.
This is my steeple, and this is my church.
Oh, my God. Detectives with the Special Victims Unit found probable cause to charge him. He was arrested, taken to county jail. He is a pastor in Kissimmee and teaches online ministry classes.
Yeah, he's not a good pastor.
No, I'd say he isn't.
That's probably like in chapter 2 they bring up not exposing yourself.
All right, now, I don't know if I've ever had a Tasmanian devil in the Bizarre File before, but one has gone toe-to-toe with wildlife keepers after the marsupial took a visitor's phone as a chew toy. Jackie Frazier was
Hey, you
at
want your phone back, jerk off?
Bonnarung Wildlife Sanctuary on Thursday afternoon when she visited the devil's enclosure for a photo. Frazier had leant over the barrier when the devil jumped up at her, caused her to drop her iPhone. It took the wildlife keepers about 5 minutes to get it back. As the animal went in and out of its den, the keepers eventually ended up substituting a stick into the devil's mouth for the phone. The phone has been
Dude, the great Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc Could you see him in the studio? Just making all these guttural noises and getting paid for it. The phone has been returned to its rightful owner. However, the device has several bite marks to serve as a reminder of Fraser's eventful day out. I love when Bugs Bunny would dress up as the female.
Right. When they go to
when they were getting married at the ceremony. I love it. Let's see. We have time for another one here. A driver in Washington State fled the scene of an accident after getting to an expensive McLaren 600 LT sports car wedged underneath a guardrail earlier this week.
Oh, man.
So those things have a really, wedge front.
Yes.
And so he went up under this guardrail, and it ended up sliding all the way under the guardrail.
Oh,
it's
my
crazy.
God. Well, they're like, what, like a million plus?
Well, I would imagine it depends on which one. I think I think this one was like a $200,000 car. So Trooper Robert Rayer shared the news of the collision early Thursday morning on Twitter, confirming the investigation into a hit and run involving a 2020 luxury vehicle. Including with Rayer's tweet was several photos of the car, which appeared to have gotten stuck directly under a guardrail on State Road 512. The car also looked like it was totaled. When asked if there were any known injuries, the trooper could not confirm one way or another. Officials did not say whether they believe the McLaren was the only vehicle involved in the accident. Police are not able to speak to the driver who left behind the car while fleeing the scene. So he just left it there.
McLaren's a cool car. The seat arrangement is pretty wild, right? They have this center.
Not all of them. There is a model that has a Formula One car.
Right.
Where you sit dead center. So, all right. And then finally, I thought this was kind of an interesting story. Gosport, wherever Gosport is, I don't know. But the police reported that 4 or 5 shells have been discovered, and I know this will shock you, at the Explosion Museum of Naval Firepower.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the name of the museum.
The Explosion Museum.
The Explosion Museum of Naval Firepower. Residents have been warned to stay clear of the site. Officers have reopened Millennium Bridge and now declare the area safe after an inspection by a bomb disposal team. In a statement on social media, an officer wrote, "Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team have attended and made safe the shells. Thank you for all of your patience throughout." Where is that, Nick?
This museum looks awesome. It's in Portsmouth in southern England.
Oh,
and it's right across the street from the Powder Monkey and down the road from Powder Monkey Brewing Company.
I think you get a discount at the Powder Monkey if you
you got to bring your stamped ticket, though. Yeah. Gunpowder College is cottage is right across the street.
Wow. Okay. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you now. Yes, Miss Romano.
Can I just update something because we went through some of the fireworks taking place and no, it's not breaking news. Stop it.
We go now to the newsroom at WMMR where reporter Kathy Romano has put together an extensive report on fireworks displays in our area. Kathy, take it away.
No, I just want to make a correction because I looked it up. I thought, I could go to the Elmwood Park Zoo. That's a good one for July 4th.
Oh, they're great.
The Elmwood Park Zoo's website says we are not hosting fireworks and our parking lot will be closed at 5 p.m. So I just wanted to put that out there so people don't show up with their kids thinking they're going to get a fireworks display.
I wouldn't think that they would have fireworks displays at a zoo because of the animals. Yeah.
I wonder why that's listed.
That's really weird.
Well, you know what? On their website, they're having a 4th of July party that day. It's only $4 admission into the
I
into
love the Elmwood Park Zoo.
So I wonder if somebody didn't just get that mixed up and thought it meant
Maybe the animals themselves just buy fireworks and set them off.
Listen to this. Marissa sent me a note that our friends at Celebration Fireworks who did the food trucks and fireworks
Amazing.
event, dude, they're doing 50 shows this weekend. That's nuts. Tonight they're in Upper
And one
Darby.
of them is Rent.
No, they're not. No, they're doing fireworks shows.
542,700. What's
Explosions. So no, tonight they're in Upper Darby. Tomorrow, Shady Brook Farm, Lidditz Springs Park, and Hazleton, PA. Sunday, they're in Blairstown, New Jersey, Haddon Township, New Jersey, and Upper Mount Bethel, PA. And then on Monday, so they're doing the one in my area at Skippack. Awesome.
You can finally go see what they do because you were sick at the hotel when they put on our display.
They've probably been the organization that's been doing it for years there. I just didn't know the name of the company.
Right.
So Celebration Fireworks. They're also in Milltown, New Jersey, Hockenson, Delaware. They're doing one in Chester, PA. Upper Perkiomen, East Greenville, Norristown, and then on Tuesday they're doing one in Ocean City, Maryland.
When they did the camp out one, they had these billowing clouds of fire that were coming up, and they were just unbelievable.
Yeah. So, wow, they're going to be busy. This is their time of year for sure. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music, news. Those things are up when we return. Stay with us.
Best wrestler of all time, somebody like Shawn Michaels, or
you can absolutely argue that.
Yeah,
totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig,
showstopper,
but he is also, like, he's just got such amazing athleticism that and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, listen. We've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers, are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it, so a film career in your future, could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE in this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Like, just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to like an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy working.
Sure, yeah.
Like, can make them a profit or get them noticed, and like merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, like, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need to.
When did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But then, did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. So just, it wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when
from architect?
From architect?
What do
to
you mean?
engineer? Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. Like, that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny, though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman, or a wrestler, because essentially in this, what they call sports entertainment, there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still just somehow we think, but that has to, look, they look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah,
but it's such
very cool.
it's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things.
Yeah.
But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the, you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character. Like, he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about. And you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody.
Yeah.
And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay.
That's
And,
awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half, right?
Yeah, man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
and when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that, bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff, because, you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things.
Yeah.
Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on, because you know, we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
You know, there's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, you know, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, you know, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and like watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And
Well,
Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, need a bris done.
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right. Probably.
I gotta imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube and I pulled up a video of like Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally, I was like scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was like legit. Wow. I was like, oh my, because I saw him like whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating that guy with a whip. Like, that's right. Like, what if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. Like, that's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything that the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Like, have you ever heard like fans? They do the woo.
So of course, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's like just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community.
263 WMMR is our number, and you should call if you know the answer. So the man who had the whistling scrotum had a family member who was dealing which related affliction? 215-263 WMMR. Let's find out if you know.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by, who is it? Penn Distributors.
Yeah.
You can join Casey Boy and the MMR Rock and Rollers in the 35th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 24th. Register today at ben2shore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Woody Allen telling Alec Baldwin in a rare interview that he will stop directing movies because the thrill is gone. Baldwin told Allen he was sad to hear that, and then he shot him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, again. Nike announcing they are leaving Russia permanently because of Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine. Nike issued a statement saying they cannot in good conscience do anything that would dishonor their employees in the United States or their sweatshop workers in China.
Oh, my God.
And finally, O.J. Simpson telling TMZ that he is furious over a vote to cut funding to the L.A. County Sheriff's Department. Simpson says he's really come to appreciate the police ever since he stopped decapitating people.
Wow.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
We're going to see if someone knows the answer to this question. The man who is suffering from whistling scrotum has a family member who is dealing with which related affliction? 215-263 WMMR. And it's Keegan we're going to go to. Hi, Keegan. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Awesome, Keegan. All right, so the guy had whistling scrotum. What did his family member have?
Yodeling butthole.
Yes. Yodeling butthole is correct. Keegan, hang on. And we are going to set you up, sir, with a pair of tickets as Preston and Steve Show presents Bill Burr. Slight return on Friday, September 16th, Wells Fargo Center. And tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Nick just did a little bit of digging, and that live version of Breakdown from Tom Petty is from Pack Up the Plantation. I remember that album, 1985. Oh, wait, no, 85 it says there.
Yeah, it's not just one show. It's several shows put together, and then I guess a few live songs from earlier tours.
Right.
But a lot recorded at the Wiltern in L.A.
Wow, awesome. All right, time for music news.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Everfresh Juices and Juice Drinks. There's an Everfresh juice for every occasion with over 40 flavors to choose from, including their premier apple juice line with your favorite apple to eat. Now available in a bottle to drink. All right. I was bummed out to hear about this and hope he's doing okay, but Bret Michaels was hospitalized in Nashville shortly before the stadium tour show last night. The nature of his illness was not disclosed. We just had a great conversation with him.
It was wonderful.
1 week ago today. And, of course, he suffers from a myriad of health issues. The other members of Poison did take to the stage. They announced that the band would not appear. The tour's next stop is Saturday in Jacksonville, which is scheduled to be the first of 3 shows in 4 days. It's unclear if his condition will allow him to make those dates. The singer has type 1 diabetes for most of his life and a number of health scares in the past dozen years. He had a brain hemorrhage, which required an operation in 2010, and then shortly thereafter, he underwent another surgery, this time to repair a hole in his heart following a mini stroke that he had. So certainly hope he's doing okay. He's a great guy. Metallica's performers at Frauenfeld Rocks Festival in Switzerland on Wednesday night was canceled after a member of their camp tested positive for COVID. The band posted the news on their social media, writing, "We are beyond sorry to disappoint those of you planning to attend this show. It was our intention to reschedule a show in Switzerland as soon as possible." Well, when I first read this story, I immediately thought of Steve's voice.
God damn it. I got my tickets to that show. Son of a bitch. I love that band.
They said it was our intention to reschedule a show in Switzerland as soon as possible. However, in overnight discussions with local promoters, sadly, it became apparent that schedules and venues do not line up for the remainder of this year or next year. The band continued and said, if you have a ticket and would still like to attend out in the green, you will receive a refund of 50 Swiss francs. Should you decide not to...
I'm Frank.
I'm sorry?
50 guys named Frank that are Swiss.
Yeah, they send Frank guys to send... Never mind. Should you decide not to attend the festival altogether, you will be refunded the ticket price by the respective ticket agencies, and you may request a refund if you need. They are still scheduled to perform tonight in Werchter, Belgium.
Oh, yeah.
At Rock Werchter.
That's where my aunt lives.
At Festival Park, but I don't know if they will because somebody has COVID in there. But I don't know if it's a band member or a close.
You don't know anything.
Staff, right?
What the hell's wrong with you?
That's a festival, the Rock Werchter, because Pearl Jam was just there as well.
Oh, okay.
So I guess they're getting a whole lot of rock bands. Yeah, rock bands.
A lot of what?
A whole lot of love.
Oh, that's a Zeppelin song.
Yeah. They're good too.
Pink Floyd collectors have something to celebrate. The band has put aside their ongoing feud and finally announced the reissue of their album Animals on vinyl.
Great album.
The 2018 remix will arrive on September 16th after receiving its first ever 5.1 stereo sound release. The 5-track Orwellian-themed album will also be released on CD, Blu-ray, and SACD. I don't know what that is. Do you, Steve?
SACD?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not familiar.
Sade?
What?
Isn't that Sade?
Sade.
That's how you pronounce her name? Or spell her name, right?
SACD.
No, that's SADE.
What did you say?
SACD.
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 Yeah, he's a rap artist.
The release.
Yo, my ball sack's in the house.
The release date for the reissue was long delayed due to Roger Waters and David Gilmour bickering over liner notes that
ridiculous.
That were intended to be released with the reissue, an inclusion which is not expected in the new release. So, yeah, but they're finally doing it. I thought this was a fun story. Beck, one of the most recent artists to join Audible's Words and Music, which is a series which combines memoir and performance for a deeper dive into the artist's catalog and inspiration. Well, during the session, Beck shared a memory in which Weird Al Yankovic asked him to parody his song Loser, hoping to call the cover Schmoozer. And Beck remembered the moment saying, I regret denying him permission to do it. I think it would have been an amazing video. I'm actually really sad that it didn't happen. The request took place in 1996, early on in Beck's career, when critics were calling him a one-hit wonder and a novelty act. But today, of course, he has 8 Grammys. He's a legend in the world of music, and he wishes because now it's considered an honor,
absolutely,
for Weird Al to cover your song. But there were a few people who did not want it done.
Coolio.
Yeah. And then finally, Universal Music Group announced today an agreement with the Zappa Trust.
Zappa cool?
Consisting of Frank Zappa's relatives, Moon, Dweezil, Amit, and Diva Zappa, to acquire the estate of the rock legend who died in 1993. The estate includes Zappa's recordings, catalogs of his songs, the film archives, and all contents of his vault, which is a storage facility that houses his life's work. To date, there have been 122 official Zappa releases, but these only scratch the surface of the expansive recordings in the vault. As you can imagine, he did a ton of stuff. So,
as you can imagine,
that is all I have in music news for you. SACD is Super Audio CD.
Oh, okay.
That Nick pulled that up, and I don't know.
So it's impervious to bullets.
Is an optical disc format for audio storage. Blah blah blah. So whatever. I guess it must be even better quality. I don't really know.
Blah, blah, blah.
All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second, wrap up the program, and give away our Word of the Week prize. And we're waiting to find out who's going to be in for Pierre Robert today.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see who shows up and who's going to help us out. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I'm very close with. So like that kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or
well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's a
how it works, man.
He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay. By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see them get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah,
we had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave them props.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always like it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's like one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of ideas.
Some phone numbers.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together.
He didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no.
the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but in the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when that came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor like the athleticism and the history of like smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw,
to the pay-per-view show,
Wow.
and then drive to Raw the overnight and do the Cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the Cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool, like, where technology meets wrestling, and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you. So we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, the who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
tendrils.
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, per week.
And they're in all
let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have WWE's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a machine. That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
That's a ton of stuff.
Plus NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening I think 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every like
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board that drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but all right.
Case.
Oh, you know what?
Here we go.
Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie.
This
That's
knife
probably
is
something
for-
you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Okay. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill.
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So,
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother.
We can start a
I added a little Hulk in there, but
this bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey? The honey divot?
Where's the honey divot?
Charcuterie. All right, so I'm gonna.
He has to have the first taste.
A little corner, you can grab some cheese or meat, and this is honey that you can dip it in.
Is that the honey divot?
I think Casey said he wanted to feed me.
I did.
All right. Well, maybe that happens.
Not the first bite, though.
No, he has to.
Yeah.
A man has to share alone time with his
I don't
bread
want to.
charcuterie.
All right, so what do you
To be
recommend?
distracted. I would go with the piece of bread, a piece of brie, just to start with and dip time. It's a return to their annual community picnic that takes place on Franklin Square next Saturday, not tomorrow, next Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And you can find out more about Big Brothers and Big Sisters. We have all the information at PrestonandSteve.com if you would like to take a look at that. And then I want to mention and thank once again a whole group of people, including tradesmen's, for bringing by some great food this morning. They have some outstanding barbecue, but it's in conjunction with this event, this appearance that Marissa is doing tonight. And she is going to be at Uptown Beer Garden from 6 to 8 with the Army. And there's an event that is going on with Clear Rum, which is spelled K-L-Y-R. And they've teamed up with Tradesman's Brew, Sueno, and Uptown Beer Garden to launch what they're calling the Rum Revolution here in Philadelphia. Marissa is going to be there tonight to kick this thing off. You can cool down with red, white, and blue cocktails featuring Clear, K-L-Y-R, clean American rum, 6 to 8 p.m., Uptown Beer Garden Ice Bar. And they'll just be doing this throughout the 4th of July weekend. You can get details at WMMR.com for all of that. We were wondering who's in for Pierre. It's Sarah Parker.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Ba-Ba-Tu-Da-Ba-Tu-Ba-Ba-Ba-Ba-Ba-Ba-Ba.
Damn, man.
Yeah. I can go home now.
Nailed it. Wow, I was commenting on Sarah's very cool Blondie shirt she's wearing.
Yeah, that is cool.
Call me, baby. And we're going to do a block of Blondie later on for Debbie Harry's birthday.
That's pretty
Because
cool.
you can be sexy, talented, and smart at the same time. And those things are not mutually exclusive. And I think she is a fantastic example of that.
I would agree.
Very nice.
I would definitely agree.
Have you had coffee yet today?
Yeah.
A little bit. Jeez, just a bit. I'm so ready for the holiday weekend, guys.
Oh,
She was
absolutely.
Fired up when she came in here right away. Are you working this weekend too, or?
I am. I'll be on tomorrow, 10 to 3, and then Monday, 4th of July, from 3 to 7. So, and we're doing something interesting this weekend that you may
Boys
have heard
and
about.
girls?
A Chuck D'Amico special, the Boys and Girls of Summer. So what it is it's all names in song titles because we realize that there are a lot. And when you're listening to them, then you kind of start thinking, oh, yeah, well, there's also Jessica, and then there's also Mary Jane's Last Dance. And then you sort of start filling in the blanks. So it's fun to listen to because you kind of play along.
Yeah,
are there any songs with Preston in the title?
No, God, no.
Are you one of those kids who, like, when you went to the shore and you saw the little license plates,
yeah.
the stickers, and you're
Look.
like, where's mine was always spelled with an H. There's no H, damn it.
Look here, somebody eventually found one, a license plate with my name on it, and it's been sitting there for years. I've had
Hold
that for
on to that.
I've had it for like a dozen years.
There's a lot of garbage trail kids with Preston, though.
Keep it
Found
here
that
in the studio. Thank you for coming to the blood drive.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Appreciate
yes.
that.
So important to donate.
You came by at the live casino, and we saw you there before we headed off for our weekend, but it was really cool.
Absolutely. And I said it before and I'll say it again. If you are willing to donate, if you are healthy enough to donate, it's so important to do that because people like me, I used to donate all the time, but now I have some health issues that prevent me from doing so. So if you're healthy and you're willing, maybe you're a little nervous about it, trepidatious, you can bring a friend. It's really, really easy. So thank you for holding that wildly successful event. 2 locations, all those appointments full. Guys, that's amazing.
Yeah, that was very cool.
We'll do it again next year. All right, we need you. Are you ready with the letter of the day?
I'm so ready.
Here we go.
Preston and
Are
Steve
you ready, Nick?
on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Sarah.
All right, Sarah S. We need caller number 7 at 215-263 WMMR. You need to know the word of the week. If you do, you get through, you give it to us, then you are going to win the Word of the Week prize. So while we are waiting for that, so besides the Blondie block, what else is coming up today that you can tell us about?
We'll do the usual getting into the weekend stuff with the presidents. I think that Pierre was on some twisted plane of reality yesterday and actually did some things early, which shocked me. But I know if I don't do the presidents on a Friday, I'll get run out of town.
Right.
So
Okay.
we will get to that. And then, like you said, the workforce blocks. We'll do Blondie. We will do Leonard Skinner. We had a request for that. And then a block to get us started for that special weekend, a little preview of all of the name titles. So if you have any suggestions, one of your favorite songs, or maybe your name is in the title, you can text me at 39333. And I believe that I have one more pair of tickets to give away for Dead & Company. Pierre's been giving those away all week, and I've got one left.
Very nice way to wrap up the week.
Some text messengers are wondering if you have been doing cocaine this week.
Clearly, you don't listen in the afternoon because this is my MO, guys. You can also follow me on Instagram. It'll make your head spin. Radio_Sarah.
All right, let me see if we can get a winner. We're looking for caller number 7, and that just so happens to be Colin. Hey there, Colin.
You.
Here it comes. Colin, what's the word of the week, man?
It is boss.
Zappa cool, man.
You got it, man. All right, Colin. We have a father-daughter road trip to the shore package, including a $600 Airbnb gift card, a $100 Wawa gift card for gas, and a $50 Acme gift card for snacks from Don't Make Me Go, starring John Cho. So congratulations, my man.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
Absolutely, buddy. Have a great holiday weekend. By the way, the movie is about a single father who takes an unforgettable cross-country road trip with his reluctant teenage daughter. They discover new levels of their love and the unexpected twists and turns that life has in store. Available on Amazon Prime Video on Friday, July 15th. And that is Rated R. Let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Acme, official grocery store of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Clear Rum, spelled K-L-Y-R. Clean American Rum, and you can find their new American flag bottles wherever you buy wine and spirits this weekend. And also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, it'll be a shorter week because of the holiday coming up. But our buddy Adam Ferrara will be joining us.
Cool.
And I believe we have Coheed and Cambria.
Oh, nice.
Are they going to be here in the studio?
Yes, they are.
Wow, that's pretty cool. And this was just added, dude. You will not believe this. Wednesday, Eddie Vedder will be in our studio. Yeah.
Oh, my God. That is awesome. I can't wait to see him.
Actually, Nick has the day off on Wednesday. Eddie will not be in our studio.
Where's Nick?
We'll have some other great guests, I'm sure, though. That's it. We are done. Ray John, have an awesome, fun, and safe holiday weekend, gang. Bye-bye.